Registrar wa High Court, the chairperson of Parliamentary Human Rights Committee and all members of the Parliamentary Human Rights Committee, the Justice, Law and Order Sector institutions present, representatives of civil society, representatives of cultural leaders, various religious leaders present, the media, officers from Center for Policy Analysts, Kampala, and the staff of Parliament of the Republic of Uganda. Good morning to you all. I want to start by according to invitations which were sent out. We were supposed to start the meeting by 8:30, and it's now 11. In the due course, I'll be giving reasons as to why we are starting late. In the meantime, I request that we all stand up so that we can sing the national anthem and then the East African anthem. I request DPC Yumbe, if you are there, you can come and lead us in these anthems. I didn't instruct them to do it, so I don't know whether it is ready, but I want one of the officers to do it.
tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa mjitoe kwa hali, tulijora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
The religious leaders, anyone present, to lead us in an opening prayer.
Let's pray. Almighty Allah, most gracious, most merciful. Oh Lord, help us. We who have come to this meeting, give us strength. Help us in this meeting so that we achieve our target and return us home safely. We do all this in the name of Allah. Amen.
Thank you so much. I want to once again you all to this very important regional stakeholders meeting where we shall be assessing the human rights situation in the region. On the program, we are supposed to have welcome remarks from the Uganda Human Rights Commission, remarks from the RDC Arua, and we shall have official opening remarks by the chairperson of the Parliamentary Human Rights Committee. However much we are starting late, it is important that we know each other for security reasons, because you might be seated near someone you don't know, but also for purposes of further interaction. My name is Rogose Juliet. I work with Uganda Human Rights Commission, West Nile Region, as the Regional Human Rights Officer. You are all welcome to the Regional Stakeholders Meeting. We shall start from the other side, then the members will be the last to introduce themselves.
Observe protocol. I'm called Haruna Ndema. Pife o Ojio Lugara Kari. To understand me better, they borrow the English word Prime Minister and use it for Lugara Kari. Thank you.
Amandoa Martin Brane, Principal Assistant Secretary Rua.
Yes, good morning everybody. Kondoa Mike is my name, Chief of White County, the Chairman of Elders Council. Thank you.
Haji Ibrahim Saiga, Senior Superintendent of Police, Regional Police Commander, West Nile.
Natukunda Geneva, Chief Magistrate Nebi, taking Nebi and Zombo District.
Right Colonel Jackson Kayanja, 409 Brigade Commander.
Superintendent of Police, Murano Grace, Deputy Regional Police Commander.
Lagucho Chetibuni, sitting in for RDC Marathon.
I observe the protocol. My name is Abibu Arua Fred. I work for Action for Human Rights Initiative as Executive Director. Thank you.
Let the protocol observed. I'm called Ajido Yassin, Administrative Secretary, Uganda Muslim Council in this Cadis office, presenting him.
Protocol observed. My name is Sarah Amon, the Deputy Mayor, Arua Municipality.
Thank you. I'm called Nam Eddie. I work for Nebi District in Yofara.
My name is Kelo Agnes Ebong. I'm the Resident District Commissioner, Jumani.
Protocol observed. I'm Senior Regional Police Number for Michael, RPC Northwest Nile.
Detective Senior Superintendent of Police, Mwange Peter, Regional CID Officer West Nile.
My name is Binent Samuel. I work with Paralegal Advisory Services.
I'm called Adiru Gladys. I'm a paralegal officer for Paralegal Advisory Service, Arua site.
I'm Majusi Pascal. I'm the Deputy Refugee Desk Officer, OPM Ajumani.
SP Ojokunde Latu, the District Police Commander Ajumani. Thank you.
Protocol observed. Amariaka Kennedy, sitting for Regional Welfare Officer, Arua Prisons.
Nzondo James, PO1, OCUT Prison Moyo. Thank you.
Edema Juicy PO1, OC Uganda Prison Koboko.
Tianti James, PO1, OC Giligili Prison, Arua.
Okela Alfred, Principal Officer 2, Navy, OC Navy Prisons.
Anjima Ismail, and my names, OC Yumbe Prison, Chief Warder Grade 2. We unlocked the 76 prisoners in Yumbe this morning.
Mudola Diana, State Attorney, Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs.
Pick your one court, Principal Officer 2, OC Women Prison Arua.
Francis Abamkas, my name, ICT Officer, and Record Management, also Judicature, in charge of West Nile.
All protocols observed. Leandro, I'm happy to see you once again. My name is Peter Pachuto. I work for the Uganda Law Society Legal Aid Project.
Thank you very much. Apili Monica, Shelters Administrator, Gender-Based Violence Shelter, Action Aid Navy.
By the names I'm called Splitten Mark, Deputy OC, Arua.
My name is Atako Flavia. I work for Arua District NGO Network. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Superintendent of Police Alberto Patrick, Isama District Police Command, Koboko.
Thank you. My name is Mkonge Richard Magongo, Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, Officer in charge, Uganda Government Prisons, Paida, Nizombo District.
Cadet ASP, Mwaga Bosco, Deputy OC Arua Main Prison.
Cadet ASP, Sobia Joseph, Human Prisons.
Ed Tugine, the host Diso Arua.
SP Msinguzi Jonathan, DPC Arua.
Superintendent of Police Agaba Stephen, DPC Moyo. SP Ngwile Abe, DPC Zombo. Thank you.
Thank you. SP Katwesiga Paul, Police Station Yumbe for DPC.
A member of Civil Society Organization, Uganda National Cadres Network, Ada Robert.
Dramani Joffrey is my name, the District Program Coordinator, Amkan Chapter.
Thank you. I'm Sergeant Abia Mika, the Community Liaison Officer, Arua.
Advocate George, stepping in for the District Probation Welfare Officer, Arua.
Okrut Moses are my true names. I'm a Probation and Welfare Officer and in charge, Arua Regional Remand Home.
SP Elwaru Eugene, DPC Maraja.
Gabriel Edrap is my name, a member of the press, and I work with the radio parties.
My name is Robert Ariaka, a journalist. I work with Uganda Radio Network.
I'm Grace Eden, a reporter for Voice of Life.
My name is Felix Waromo Kelo. I work with Monitor.
Call me Adima Moses, working with the Radio Uganda, UBC.
Asimwe John from Center for Policy Analysis.
Jackie Mukasa from Center for Policy Analysis.
All protocol observed. I'm Watera Winnie from Center for Policy Analysis.
I'm Kemich Ophelia from Center for Policy Analysis.
I'm Maikorupi Sanguyo. I work with Uganda Human Rights Commission, Arua region. Thank you. I request before the RDs and the High Court Registrar introduces themselves, I request the chairperson of the Parliamentary Human Rights Committee to introduce her delegation.
Good morning, everyone. I am Jova Kamateka, Member of Parliament for Mitoma District, Chairperson Human Rights Committee of Parliament. I would request the members of that committee to introduce themselves.
Thank you. Good morning to you all. I'm Jeko Lydia, Woman Member of Parliament, Queen District, and a member of the committee.
Morning, Asaba Paul, Member of Parliament for Chaka North County in the Toro region.
My name is Leandro Komakech. I represent the people of Gulu Municipality. I'm also the interim chair of the Greater North Parliamentary Forum and also a member of the Human Rights Committee.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kemirembe Pauline Chaka, Woman MPD Antonde District in Central Region.
Protocol observed. I'm Moduch Fred Mudukoi, a member of Parliament representing Bujaba County in a member of the Human Rights Committee of Parliament.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lusa Chiro Tim. I'm the Member of Parliament for Aru North. I represent the people of Aru North, Northern Uganda Pade.
Good morning to you all. My name is Osoro Maureen, Woman Member of Parliament of this district. I'm also a member of this committee. I want to take this opportunity therefore to welcome every stakeholder that's with us here. Welcome to Arua. Actually, this is not Arua, this is the United States of Arua. So while our stay here in Arua, we should put in mind that there are very beautiful places here. We should not just have meetings and then leave. You can go and tour around how beautiful the place is. And also have the taste of our food. Color is also available, you can taste. Thank you very much for coming.
I am Akol Anthony, Member of Parliament Kelak North, Amoro District, Shadow Minister Finance Planning Economic Development, and then a member of this committee, Human Rights.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm Nagaina Bila Sempala. I represent the people of Kampala. I'm a member of this committee. But, Honorable Chair, I think there is a mood of dampness here. All offices are here, but everyone feels in their corner. It's a feeling I get. I'm very good with people. So when I reach a place, I feel everyone has come with their office, with the door locked, and everyone is still in their office. They are not here. So I want you to come to the conference. Thank you.
Good morning to us all. My name is Ayaka Rosa Tima. I'm the woman member of parliament for Maracha district. I also want to take this opportunity to send my welcome district of Maracha. Thank you very much.
Good morning. David Abala is my name. I represent the people of Ngora County in Parliament, a member of this committee. I thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen and colleagues. My name is Adong Lily. I represent a district which is the gateway to West Nile and the gateway to northern Uganda. That is Noya district. You need to get your visa from Noya before coming here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm called Colonel Ibrahim Abriga. Actually, I could be the right person to host you people here because Arua municipality is my constituency. But generally, I'm not happy. Completely, I'm not happy. We shall go and discuss this one in Parliament. I found my people are suffering. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Brigadier Innocent Ola. I represent UPDF. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm called Kafuzi Jackson Kargawa. I'm a member of parliament for Chaka South constituency, Chegegwa district in Toro region. A member of this committee.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Salam Godfrey Ngovi, Registrar High Court, Arua Circuit.
Everyone, I'm Tokosa, the Deputy RDC. Do I proceed?
Thank you so much. I think we now know ourselves. Honorable Member of Parliament for Kampala City is used to a lot of noise in Kampala, tear gas everywhere. I want to assure you that you are going to discover these people before you go back, before you cross Karuma. The disappointment is from us that we came late. People were here as early as 7 and we come in at 11. So I understand the kind of mood why they are like that. On welcome remarks from the Uganda Human Rights Commission, on behalf of Uganda Human Rights Commission and on my own behalf, I want to warmly welcome you all. Stakeholders meeting where we are privileged to host the Parliamentary Human Rights Committee. A big hand clap to the Parliamentary Human Rights Committee. First of all, I want to congratulate all the members, all the honorable members, for successfully going through to the position where you are right now. It wasn't easy, but we are happy and we thank God that we are now calling you honorable members. 2, members, clap. These people were campaigning and we know how hard it was. And most of them are here with us. 2, in a special way, I want to congratulate you for being appointed members of the Human Rights Committee. I want to say, there are so many committees in Parliament, but the Human Rights Committee is the best. And what makes me so happy is that our very own, the one and only Honorable Abiliga is on the committee. A big hand clap for Honorable Abiliga. He's not happy, But that is good for us as the Uganda Human Rights Commission, but also as stakeholders. Do you know why? He has been there, sitting that side where you are. He's now sitting this side. Why? So, whatever is making him not happy, he's in the right place to address those challenges. That makes me happy. Members, as you have heard the honorable members introduce themselves, honorable members, you have heard the delegation that we are having today. This is the first class of Arua region. You have heard them introduce. We have picked all the key stakeholders here. They have abandoned all the work they have to be with us here. That means that they have human rights at heart and they don't take issues of human rights for granted. I also want to thank the honorable members that since Parliament resumed business after elections, they are carrying out their official monitoring visit for the first time, but no other place but West Nile region. That means that they really love us and they have us at heart. The honorable members of Parliament reached West Nile through Adjumani on 17th. We were with them in Adjumani since 17th. That was 2 days ago. The whole of yesterday we were in Adjumani district where they did very commendable work. They monitored the human rights situation by visiting Adjumani Central Police Station, by visiting Adjumani Government Farm Prison, but also visited Pagilinya Refugee Settlement Camp, which is the biggest settlement camp in Adjumani. I want to thank the members for your time and dedication that you showed yesterday in the field. But because of the too much love they have for West Nile, this visit to Arua was not planned. It was not in the program. But they said since we are here, it would be nice if we could go and see our brothers and sisters in Arua government prison. That also shows the kind of commitment that they have. And that is where Honorable Abiga became more annoyed when he reached there. You know, some people were voting, others ended up there, so that made him more annoyed. But what has made me happy is that he's here with us to give us solutions. Honorable members and all the key stakeholders present, the Uganda Human Rights Commission, as we all know, is the national human rights institution. It's not an NGO. Our work is to ensure that we protect and promote human rights for all people in the country under Article 51 to 53 of the Constitution. The meeting we are going to have today, or that we have already started having, is basically to assess. It's not a fault-finding mission. It's not to put blames. It's to assess ourselves. And we come up with, we understand challenges, and we come up with practical solutions that can enable us come out of those challenges so that people can freely enjoy their rights. I'm only requesting the honorable members, with all the due respect, that on the issues to do with human rights, and as we all know, Uganda Human Rights Commission is non-partisan, and I'm happy that all of these members are belonging to a certain color, or whichever color. When we are discussing issues of human rights, we don't look at which color you belong. We are looking at one thing. What can we do to ensure that people's rights are respected, protected, and fulfilled? That is our major focus, and I want us to keep it at that during this meeting. With those few remarks, I want to invite the RDC to give welcome remarks, who will later invite the chairperson of the Parliamentary Human Rights Committee to officially open the meeting.
the chairperson of the committee and all your members, the various guests present with us here. I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to Arua. My names are Toko Swipe, the Deputy RDC. My superior, Peter Debele, should have been here, but he's also handling a very crucial matter regarding the redemarcation of the boundary between Congo and Uganda. And at a later time, when you will not see me here, I will join them at a certain point, because usually our meetings run in such a way that as the technical team design the actual demarcation arrangement, also political and security meetings go along that. So for that matter, sometimes both of us are required to be there, because as the Congolese arrange their team, we must also put our team. So they are doing the demarcation exercise as I talk to them in the field, but I am carrying a basket full of greetings from him, and at an appropriate time he will join you to say hello to you. I welcome all of you to Arua. For those of you who may not be knowing Arua, I want to say Arua is one of the biggest in this region. It has a land coverage of about 428,000 square kilometers, and it lies at an altitude of about 610 and 1,388 meters above sea level. Today the temperatures are expected to vary between high and low, with a little bit of clouding and sunny. So don't keep your coats and jackets far away. And the highest in the day is expected to be around 29 Celsius. The district is bordered by Maracha in the north, and the Albertine region, which borders Amur in the east, and then Nebi in the south and southeast, and then Democratic Republic of Congo in the west, which is approximately 12 kilometers from here. Maybe by the end of by the close of the business, some of you who may not have traveled abroad, you can experiment. Just have a 30 minutes drive, and across here, and then you find yourself in Central Africa of Democratic Republic of Congo, which is in Central Africa. It could also be of interest because we are doing redemarcation. We are putting pillars from where the colonials left. It could also be of interest for you to see, such that when issues of that kind, or if there are issues also relating to human rights on those issues, you can also talk with confidence. Many of you were not able to reach the facility that we visited, but in summary I want to say what you have seen in that place summarizes almost all that is taking place in government facilities. You heard the reports of those inmates, and if your honorable members are getting annoyed, they have a reason, but I want to tell you the reason you are there is that don't express your anger here. Actually, you have only come here to make an observation, then you go and express it to that place where you're supposed to actually have analysis of those issues. This is a total of 960. They are there, and these have been there year in and year out. As a member alluded there, it's not the first time that committees of human rights come to this place. They come and see and go. I want to also appeal to you that your visit of today is not also it's not more like a tourism. You have come to see and go. Let us have result. Go back and deliberate on those issues the way they appeal to you. Next time when you come, there should be a change. As I said, what you have seen there summarizes almost all that is in government's facilities. Government is trying as much as possible to improve service delivery as provided for in the Constitution under provision 14, general social and economic objectives, which clearly says that the state shall endeavor to fulfill the fundamental rights of all Ugandans to social justice and economic development, and shall in particular ensure that all development efforts are directed at ensuring the maximum social and cultural well-being of the people. That all Ugandans enjoy rights and opportunities and access to education, health services, clean water, and so forth. And we have made a tremendous progress in these areas. I want to say, as I talk now, there is a 80 billion project of water and sanitation going on. We are still committed to fulfilling our objective of bringing the jerrycan, getting the jerrycan off the head of the woman. And if you had time, I'm mentioning this because this is what has been promised in the Constitution here. If you also had time, you'll also go and see those areas. Recently, we had here the Parliamentary Committee also in infrastructure, and they visited those places, and I'm happy their report indicated that you are doing a lot, and I want to appeal to you to continue doing for this country until we push the desired level. In the health sector, the government has put a lot of facilities and infrastructure, but the challenge has always been manpower. We're operating as a district at a level of 78%. Much as there is a significant improvement in the health service delivery with the reduction of the mortality rate in this area, but because of the personnel gap, we are not in a position to make it to 100%. Those are also issues of human right concern. In education, whereas our literacy rates have gone to about 75%, up from about 33 in 1986. The personnel gap is also a problem. So in Arua here generally, we have two issues: infrastructure and personnel. Those have still hindered our service delivery. We cannot deliver, we cannot perform to the expectation level 100% because of those areas. And those are all issues that are of human rights nature. And then the common issue of human rights here that I should also bring to your attention is there's an increase in mob justice. The police is here. As I heard from those people, some of them have been there for 5-6 years. Whereas we are committed to see that justice is delivered in the law and order sector, the issue of personnel is also another problem. They are not staying there deliberately, much as there has been more postings here, but still it cannot meet the demand of this region. And Arua being a regional center for all the districts in West Nile. So in the law and the order sector, personnel is still a problem, both in police, prison, and even the justice sector. So I appeal to you while you sit in that house to allocate resources. Be mindful of those areas. Law and order, justice requires more manpower. The police, with the size of this district, requires manpower, more manpower. Those other areas I've mentioned, education, health, personnel gaps are still frustrating our efforts. So when you go back, your attention should be drawn to those areas when you are allocating resources. With these few remarks, I want to say, do I invite you? Today, I'm sure you're going to spend the whole day here, maybe by the close of the business. You can also move around. There is a gym, there are so many facilities around here. Hotel, Desert Breeze offers, hotel, get Golden Coast offers. Also at night you can move around. We have Venus Lounge, and then there is Matonge. Please feel free. Casablanca is there. Feel free, but everything is there. So by the close of the business, feel free to get a person here to take you around, and you'll enjoy yourself. With these few remarks, the assistant cow is already offering himself. Whoever feels he needs to move to those places, please contact him. He will take you to the places of your interest. With these few remarks, I want to invite the chairperson for this committee to come and address this gathering. Madam Honorable, you are most welcome.
The Deputy RDC, the Chief Registrar, honorable members of Parliament, I should have started with you. Honorable members of Parliament present, the ECAO, Mayor, your worships, the regional and district security chiefs, representatives of various government departments, representatives of nations, rights defenders here. Good morning. It is actually good afternoon. It is some 10 minutes past midday. My name is Jova Kamateka. As I introduced myself, Member of Parliament for Mitoma District, but here as Chairperson, Human Rights Committee. We are here for the second time in 2 years as the Human Rights Committee of Parliament, and so that means that we really care for you. So I am privileged and honored indeed to stand before you and on behalf of my committee members who are here in big numbers, to be here to share with you as major key stakeholders in the area of human rights. As you are all aware, human rights law constitutes a comprehensive web of norms, standards, principles, and guidelines that provide guidance to the settlement of human rights problems and various societal challenges. And we are bound to follow these laws and guidelines. Chief among them, of course, we are all aware of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, but chief among them, our Constitution, in Chapter 4 of our Constitution, which is entirely committed to the guarantee of human rights to the people of Uganda. We would like of Parliament in ensuring promotion, and we do appreciate your roles as key stakeholders, but we are here as members of Parliament to carry out our role of working in partnership with you to ensure that the people of Uganda do indeed enjoy their rights. Before this committee was put in place, it was one of the committees of Parliament, the Legal and Parliamentary Committee, that used to handle human rights. But there was a wide outcry because the Legal and Parliamentary Committee did not have sufficient time to devote to issues of human rights. So this committee was put in place 3 years ago, in 20 years ago, in 2012, and given a mandate to our rules of procedures, Rule 174. And it was given the widest mandate in Parliament, and that is to ensure that all business of Parliament is human rights. And government implementation of the recommendations made by the Uganda Human Rights Commission in their annual reports. We actually found a backlog of 4 years, which we and are now handling current reports. But because of the period of elections, we have found ourselves with a backlog of 2 years. So we are here now handling the report, the 17th and 18th report of the Uganda Human Rights Commission. And as part of this, of course, we call ministers, they come to us, they tell us how in the implementation we come to do oversight to make sure that what they are telling us is really. I also wanted to mention that we have forums in Parliament that work along the committees to ensure that there is complementarity and that the work is done. But some people recently, when they were trying to justify the creation of the rule of law, human rights and governance, I think, forum, did mention that it was necessary to put this forum in place because the Committee on Human Rights had failed to do its work. And I said, really? Within the 3 years, to be able to close the backlog of 4 years of reports from the Commission, come here and go to other regions to check on what is happening on the ground, make reports to Parliament, and have Parliament adopt the recommendations of the committee. What we did also, looking at our mandate, that wide mandate of making sure that all business of Parliament is human rights compliant, was to put parliamentary checklist on human rights compliance. Ask from our partners is that this checklist be known, that people get it and use it. The purpose is that the checklist is used by all committees of Parliament, since we recognize that we cannot, as a committee, do all this business on our own. When business comes to the floor of Parliament and is sent to the committee has only 45 days. And to say that as one committee you will look at all business of Parliament becomes a for it. So we are trying to ensure that members of Parliament family they will use this checklist as a guide so that the business of Parliament passing through these committees will be human rights, which is to be funded, so that by the time those activities or those programs come to the floor of Parliament, they have already been vetted for human rights compliance. And we thought that this will ensure that all programs of government, all programs to do with the people of Uganda work for the advancement of the human rights of Uganda. I want to thank you, 45,000. What's the number of one that there are, and we want to commend you for what you have done. And because of the efforts that you have put in, Uganda has been internationally acclaimed as I think it was Secretary of State, the US Secretary of State, who said that Uganda is the best place to be if you are a refugee. Just a few weeks ago he said that, and all that is because of your efforts. So we want to commend you for that. We want to urge you to continue, of course, handling their challenges. For example, we would like to appeal to the OPM, Office of the Prime Minister, to ensure that there is internal governance in those camps, because they don't. Right now, instruct internal democracy. We have been places of detention. It was disheartening this morning. When we were here 1.5 years ago, we found that Arua Central Prison was holding 700 men and women. And we were concerned because, as you all know, the prison is supposed to hold only 200 people. We found that people couldn't breathe, people couldn't eat, and we thought that that was a gross abuse of their rights. And when we thought that things would be better, we now come and the numbers have risen to 914. So this is why some people are saying you just come and go and just come and go. But I want to urge you, you are the government. You are the hope of the people of Uganda. So let us do what we can, all that we can. For example, I would like to ask His Worship, the Registrar of the High Court, why do we have 690 something people on remand in Arua Central Prison? Why can't we reduce these numbers? I'm here and talk about things only to let them get worse. And because they have tried, they are trying to reduce the use of the bucket system with humanizing. But do you know, in Adjumani, found that the women's prison is supposed to have running water in Adjumani. But since 2010, the system broke down. Just unblocking a sewage system takes 4 years, 6 years. And the women, the mothers of this nation, are using the bucket system? Really? So we would like to urge you, we know there are challenges of money, of this and that, but sometimes I think we need to use our own initiative to make sure that things do improve. I was seated with the registrar, and many issues of people saying 5 to 6 years on remand were mentioned. He said he was not aware. 5 to 6 years on remand. And others are saying their files get lost. Huh? How does a file get lost? And why is so many files getting lost? Some people have been, the sentence have been passed. They want to appeal. They cannot appeal because their files are lost. What interest do we have in keeping these people in prison? So me, I'm challenging you today that each one of us, we have done a lot, but each one of us needs to do what we can so as to make things better. Of course, we have noticed that, for example, the facilities, rehabilitation facilities are lacking. The numbers of these people are many, and yet they don't have much to do. So we would like that you make clear requisitions. We make clear requisitions so that, for example, the carpentry workshop here in Arua Central is active. Germany, it was not there, so we would like that they are active. Also, please, let us consider the women prisoners. Not that they should get social treatment, but treated differently. For example, in most of the prisons, they have beds. The women prisoners in your region do not have. Why? In Adjuman, they don't have. Here, I think they have beds, but they don't have the bedding. So they were asking for the beddings. They have mattresses. They don't have beddings. We agreed some time back that the women should get sanitary towels when they are in prison. I hope that we are doing this. And then we have found cases of children in the prisons, children that we should have provided an alternative for them to be able to be outside. To have a child of 2.5 years, 3 years in prison is not good. So let us try as much as we can. There are hosts of issues. We will record them in our what it is that has gone wrong and what it is that we can do with you to make things better. The other big issue that has come up is that of beating prisoners. Please. We all do wrong. If a prisoner has done wrong, I don't think it is necessary to beat them. So let us also minimize these cases of abuse. There are so many ways in which you can handle with people without blatantly abusing their rights. So with those few remarks, I want to say once again that we are happy to be here among you. Your challenges are ours. We want to also say that your successes are ours. When you are doing your work well and the people of Uganda, we are all happy. But when we are reigning over a people that are suffering silently, in fact, having mentioned that, we found a case where the prisons authorities do not want the inmates to voice their concerns. Why? It is not your, if for example there are so many inmates in a prison and they are over congested, if the prison is over congested, it is not your fault. We want to believe also, for example, that if they are not getting sufficient meals, it is not your fault. If there is no water in a prison, it is not your fault. So let them voice these concerns so that those who are able to do something about it can do something about it, and we make things better. I want finally to appreciate all of you, to appreciate our development partners who do everything they can to ensure that they put in a helping hand, and to urge that we try and make things better. So let me now appeal to you that you are open with us. It does not help that we pretend that things are okay, because we know that things are not okay. And our interest is in knowing what is not working well so that we can make amends. Thank you for listening to me. And so I take the... The honorable member is reminding me that there was a serious case in Germany where 2 people died in prison, and it seemed those OC did not want people to talk about it. So please let us have an explanation so that more people do not die. With those few remarks, it is my pleasure to declare this workshop open.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson of the Parliamentary Human Rights Committee, for officially flagging us off. Yesterday when we were monitoring places of detention, members were concerned about some 2 incidents in Ajimani CPS where a suspect died in police cells under unclear circumstances. And then I think last month there was also another incident where some other person died and others were injured in the course of police executing their duties, which we very much appreciate. I think the members are concerned and interested in hearing or getting a detailed report. I think that is what the members put forward yesterday, that during this meeting we shall get a detailed report about the 2 incidents. Probably that can be done after my presentation or during the plenary, so that the members go back home when their minds are very clear on that. I'm going to give a brief report on the human rights situation in the region. This is our perspective. This is what we have done. This is what we think are the challenges that are affecting all of us. But we do have on the program a report also on the human rights situation from the CSO perspective. We have very active and vibrant civil society organizations in the region who are also doing very good, commendable work as far as protecting and promoting human rights are concerned. And it would be good if we hear from them also. And then we shall also get a report from the Uganda Police Force on how far they have gone to implement recommendations that are raised by the Uganda Human Rights Commission when we are submitting annual reports to Parliament. And we are looking at the 17th and 18th annual report. The reason being, the last time the honorable members were here, that was in February 12th, 2015. Our 17th annual report was not yet out. So we thought the police would give an insight on how they have gone to implement some of those recommendations. But also any other key stakeholder here, Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the Uganda Prison Service, all other key stakeholders who are here. Of course, the judiciary, there are so many recommendations that are always directed to specific ministries. You will feel free to add on so that we can see how far we have gone. Since the members are visiting us 2 months to end of the year, the report covers what we have done from January to date under various mandates of the Commission. Uganda Human Rights Commission, as I earlier said, is a national human rights institution established under Article 51 of the 1995 Constitution of Uganda as amended, with the major mandate of protecting and promoting human rights for all people in the country. Its functions are clearly spelled out under Article 52 of the Constitution and the Human Rights Commission Act of 1997. Article 53 of the Constitution talks about the powers of Uganda Human Rights Commission. Just for emphasis, Uganda Human Rights Commission is a quasi-judicial court. The regional office, which is in Arua here, was established in January 2008 as one of Commission initiative of taking UHRC services closer to the people, but also ensuring that the people of West Nile enjoy their fundamental human rights. The regional office is a regional office that covers all that 8 districts within the region. And we have a field office in Moyo, because Moyo is a bit distant from Arua. I'm happy that yesterday we moved very well with the honorable members all the way from Adjumani through all those districts to here. And they have a feel of how distant these districts are from each other. And complaints management, I'm going to just spell you through because of time. The function of investigating and resolving complaints involving human rights violations is one of the core mandates of the Uganda Human Rights Commission as provided for under Article 52(1) and 53 of the 1995 Constitution of Uganda. This process is aimed at ensuring that victims of alleged human rights violations and abuses receive effective redress and that perpetrators are held accountable. The Uganda Human Rights Commission's function of complaints management is fulfilled through making referrals, carrying out investigations, mediation, counseling. We also give free legal advice. We do have a tribunal hearing where people appear before our court. From January to date, a total of 301 complaints were received and out of the 301, 240 were received from the male gender and then 61 from the female gender. However, still out of the 301, a total of 118 were registered. The Commission has an open door policy where everyone is free to walk in the office and lodge his or her complaint. So everyone who enters in to lodge his or her complaint, whether it is advice, referral, mediation, we categorize all of that as received complaints. However, after receiving, we sieve out those that we can register. Those are the ones that are within. Those are the ones that are within our jurisdiction handle, that we receive, we register them, and then subject them to further investigations. And those are the 118 that were registered, and then 183 complaints were referred. Honorable members, all of these key stakeholders have a critical role to play as far as protection and promotion of human rights are concerned. The Constitution is very clear. It gives us powers to handle certain complaints, but we don't also have powers to handle others. Cases that are criminal in nature, for example, we don't handle them. So those are some of the cases that we refer where we lack jurisdiction. We also have cases of land that are also many in the region. The Constitution only gives us the mandate to handle land cases that involve government institutions. These are the ones that involve private individuals. The best we can do is to mediate. However, if a mediation fails, then we refer to other government institutions and development partners for appropriate handling. I want to say that if we recall from last year, when the honorable members were here in February 2015, and we look at our statistics of today, we have noted a reduction in the number of complaints registered, specifically in regard to deprivation on the right freedom from torture, cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment. I think our security agencies need a hand clap that they are not torturing people. We are having security officers who have improved somehow in the way they handle suspects. There is some professional way of behavior, and we don't take that for granted. Of course, as a commission, we have also done a lot to engage them, to do a lot of trainings as well. However, these 118 complaints, although there is a reduction in cases of torture, the Uganda Police Force still tops up to be our number one perpetrator. The Uganda Police Force still remains to be on top of alleged perpetrators. We are having a high number of deprivation of the right to personal liberty, particularly detention beyond 48 hours, which is also constituting a big number of cases in our office. And this over-detention at the police detention facilities is attributed to delay in investigating cases, especially those that are criminal in nature, inadequate facilitation to the Criminal Investigations Department of the Uganda Police Force, failure to follow procedures. Here I'm looking at a situation where the police had to arrest without first carrying out investigations. Yes, I know that there are certain cases that you need to go on spot immediately and carry out an arrest. However, there are cases that you can investigate before you arrest. We found suspects in police cells of Ajumani yesterday who were saying, we have been here for 4 days on a case of arson. Those on petty cases like theft of a hen, chicken, a goat, and is there for 2-3 days.
I mean, if the goat is there, you get someone with a goat, there's clear evidence, you know. Why should you keep a person there? This is what is causing us a lot of over-detention, because we prefer to arrest before carrying out the investigations. There's also a challenge of inadequate manpower. As our honorable members you witnessed yesterday from the Pagilinya police post. I'm sorry, people of your mind don't say this woman is only citing us. That is the only thing that is fresh in the minds of the honorable members, and it's the only example I can use. The officer attached to Pagilinya police post, who actually, because of his negligence, a suspect lost his life on alleged case of suicide, told us that he was only alone at the police post and with another female officer. And yet we know the population of Pagilinya is very, very overwhelming. But this is not only for Ajimani, it cuts across the region. The other delay has been in sanctioning phase by the DPP. Honorable members, this one also cuts across. But I think in in Arua, I think we are somehow better off. The most affected of recent has been Moyo and Ajimani, and that is where we have been having so many cases of over-detention. The Commission, January to date, we have managed to conclude investigations on 75 cases and amicably resolved five cases through alternative dispute resolution of mediation. The total caseload currently is at 125 at investigation level, and then 56 cases at the tribunal level. Under monitoring and inspections of places of detention, the Uganda Human Rights Commission is mandated to visit jails, prisons and other places of detention or related facilities with the view of assessing and inspecting conditions of the inmates and make recommendations. There is continuous improvement in the conditions of places of detention inspected, although with some challenges. As the Honorable Chairperson said, yes, there could be still challenges, but we appreciate the improvement amidst the challenges that we have noted during our inspection visits. The Commission inspected a total of 162 places of detention, of which 12 were prisons, 38 police stations, 109 police posts, and 1 remand home. We noted some positive developments in places of detention. We noted construction of new buildings and renovation of the old buildings in some prisons, police stations, and posts. Like, for example, on your way to Kampala, you will see Pakwach police station is under construction. And then we also noted the improvement in staff accommodation, slight improvement in staff accommodation, although there is still sharing, as you saw yesterday from Ajimani CPS, it is still not enough. Under issues of promotion of the rights of the inmates, we noted that inmates are served 3 meals a day, especially those in prison. However, police posts, there is usually nothing served, and then in police stations we have only 1 meal served. Those are some of the inmates there in the middle lining up for food. The other side, that is the food that is usually served, and then here they are receiving food. We also appreciate and noted that there are functional human rights committees and amongst staff and inmates, which help them to resolve some of the cases that come up. We noted slight improvement in the eradication of the bucket system, just as the Honorable Chairperson said. When we look at from the previous period, there is some improvement. Also related to hygiene, although there is still use of the bucket system.
We also noted reduction in cases of torture reported against the security agencies. I had earlier alluded to that. We noted improvement in access to justice, especially at the Chief Magistrate's Court and the lower court. Honorable members, yes, it is true when you went to Arua prison today, you were overwhelmed by the high numbers of 700, from 700 when you last visited to 900 now. But I want to be very frank, and I think all the stakeholders here will agree with me. The judiciary has tried to do something. They have tried. These people work tirelessly. They go very early in the morning, no lunch. Is the Chief Magistrate Arua present? Even sometimes when we invite him for the meeting, he doesn't come because he's hearing cases. And they work up to late. However, also, there is increase in the crime rate. There is increase in the crime rate, which is not matching with facilitation given to judiciary and also the human resource. So that makes it not to balance very well. Some of the challenges that have persisted in places of detention: inadequate facilitation to both police and prison. Was it today's paper? I haven't read today's paper. I saw something on Facebook where police is saying the community should give fuel. Was it yesterday? So when it comes out openly like that the police have run out of fuel, and so the community should give a hand, it compromises the investigations of the police, it compromises quality, because if I'm a complainant and I'm giving you money for fuel, my expectation is that my case should go through even when there is no evidence. Of course, these are some of the things that lead to over-detention and failure to investigate cases in time. Inadequate supply of uniforms and beddings. Yes, there are uniforms in prison, one pair, which is not enough. And then, of course, you notice the issue of beddings also lacking. Understaffing is still a big challenge, and this is majorly for the police. Like, for example, in the districts that are having refugees, Yumbe, Arua, Koboko and Ajumani, we are having challenges of manpower. The officers are not enough on the ground. Failure to adhere to conditions of work for prisoners. Honorable members, remember when we were in the Ajumani government prison yesterday, although the inmates were not very free to talk about the issue of working beyond the 6 mandatory working hours, it came out clearly that they are overworked. What I want to point out clearly, that yes, we appreciate all the government programs that come up, but we shouldn't compromise quality, we shouldn't go against the international standards. The international standard is that an inmate should not work beyond 6 hours. But we have pressure as prison authority, more especially the government prison farms. They have targets. They are now carrying out, they are venturing into cotton growing. So they have pressure to meet targets, and because of that, they are overworking the prisoners, which is against the international human rights standards. Long and overstone remand by inmates. I'm not going to repeat that. When our chairperson has talked about it, all the members witnessed it, even in Ajumani yesterday, that the population is alarming. Like, for example, today at Arua Main Government Prison, there are 927 inmates. You remember that this prison is supposed to take 250 inmates. There are now 927. 707 are remand prisoners. And then 619 are remand prisoners but on petty offenses. Now, then only 207 are convicts. That is not a very good situation in our prisons. Access to justice still remains to be a challenge, as evidenced by the over-detention in most of the prisons within the region, and delay in disposing of cases in courts of law. especially the ones before the High Court. Adjumani, for example, it is long since we last had a High Court session. Arua, we appreciate, we have tried. I think we had 2 High Court sessions. There is one ongoing. But Adjumani, we seem to have forgotten Adjumani. I know all this is related to logistical issues, but probably we need to balance so that we see how best we can use the minimal resources that we have. Issues of transport, especially for prison, we don't have vehicles for almost all our prisons here. Don't have any means of transport. And then poor and inadequate living and working conditions of the officers in police and prison detention facilities. Usually when we are doing inspections, it's not about us looking at the inmates, the suspects. We are also assessing the living and working condition of these police officers. Like for example, again yesterday in Adjumani, we found an officer who had not been paid since, one of our members, remind me, since 2013. His name has been missing on the payroll since 2013. It appeared in July 2014. It again disappeared. And we expect this man to diligently carry out the duties of the police, go under arrest. We expect him to investigate a case where one of us is involved in a case of corruption and bribery. And how much is it? It's around 15 million. What do you expect out of this police officer? Civic education and human rights awareness. Now, go back to the previous slide. Honorable members, we are all victims of these places of detention. You can see me here standing before you, but in no minute I'm taken to a police cell and I will be in those places. That is the upper one is one of the police stations within Zombo district. That is Wara police station. The other one is Nyapea police post, still in Zombo. The other one, the grass searched. And there it looks so nice and beautiful. If you are to enter there and look at it physically, it is an office, it is a cell, it is a store, it is everything. And we have officers there. Made our cadet officers, manning that. You can imagine someone with his degree in charge of that kind of facility. We have Koboko prison. I'm happy that members are laughing. I'm sure when they go back to Parliament, when they come back, we shall also laugh. This is Koboko prison, honorable members. The roof was blown off in 2005. And since then, we can't take a step. We have prisoners there. Civic education and human rights awareness. The human rights education provides knowledge necessary for individuals, groups and societies to reasonably participate in the demand and promotion of respect for their rights and freedoms. It is crucial in promoting equality, preventing conflicts, and enhancing respect for each other's rights. The Commission has, we do have several activities under human rights education awareness programs. We have workshops, training, stakeholder dialogues. We have community barazas where we go to the communities at the village level and listen from them to understand what they are going through and also to understand their challenges. We also carried out 20 community barazas, 15 radio talk shows, and aired out 500 spot messages. Some of the emerging issues that came up during our barazas, in those barazas that we have interacted with the general public, there's persistent outcry, issues of land disputes. When our members, it's just because we didn't have enough time to interact with those prisoners. But the majority of the people that you saw in Arua prison, and even in other prisons within the region, their cases emanate from land disputes. And end up into issues of arson, criminal trespass, threatening violence, murder, and all those kind of things. And these are some of the things that come up during our barazas. Then issues of domestic violence, of course, is still there. Issues of negligence of parents. Parents have decided to neglect their responsibilities of paying school fees for their children and also providing other basic necessities. Then we have issues, of course, of over detention and police sales cited in our barazas. Then we have negative cultural practices, issues of early marriages where girls are made to marry because of cultural issues. By some people, not all, who still think that that is what the culture tells them. Some challenges that we have witnessed during our community barazas are attitudes, especially linked to women. We still have people who think that women should not attend meetings, and so you have a baraza major of men and the women are still at home cooking, and yet these men never share the information. All they don't want is to have these women empowered with information. Then high expectation. People think when we go for barazas we are supposed to pay them. Health facilities monitored. The Commission also has a mandate to monitor the enjoyment of economic, social and cultural rights to ascertain the extent to which these rights are being realized and make appropriate recommendations on gaps identified to relevant authorities. And one of the pivotal areas for the Commission is the enjoyment and realization of the right to health. The Commission monitored 34 health facilities within the region, as you can see the numbers there. But most specific is that the Commission generally countrywide carried out a systemic research into enjoyment of fundamental rights related to maternal and reproductive health rights that we also did here in the region. Some of the persistent challenges that we came across during our monitoring visit in health facilities. Limited human resource is still a challenge. Like when we're doing a research on maternal and reproductive health rights, most health facilities don't have specialized doctors. The gynecologists are lacking. And then issues of inadequate drugs, still a big challenge, and delays in receiving these drugs in some of the facilities. However, honorable members and all the stakeholders present here, there is one issue that I think we need to think about. The other day was with the director of Arua Regional Referral Hospital, and he was telling me that 43% of the patients that receive medicine at the art clinic in the hospital here are Congolese. We have non-Ugandans, our brothers and sisters from Congo and South Sudan, who are here enjoying our social services. However, at the same time, we also realize that when they are allocating funds, budget, all districts are given the same. Arua, for example, is highly populated. We are 3 in 1. I usually tell people, that's why honorables were saying this is not Arua, this is United States of Arua, because we have South Sudan and Congo here with us. Now, I'm not saying that other districts should not be considered, but there should be deliberate efforts put towards increasing budget for some of these districts that are highly populated, that have unique challenges. Like, for example, the one of Arua, where we are having even foreigners accessing our medical services. The other challenges, some of these things are very known to you. We might not need time to go through them. Go to monitoring of refugee reception and settlement centers. Honorable members and all the key stakeholders, we all know that the breakdown of war in South Sudan in December 2013 caused an influx of refugees in Uganda by then. And since then we have been having refugees. But also we have, that was not the first time Uganda as a country has hosted refugees. We have always had the refugees. Now, recently, 7th July 2016, there was fresh disputes that broke out between the government of South Sudan and that of the opposition rebel group. This led to high influx of people fleeing into Uganda, especially in Adjumani, Moyo and Arua districts for asylum and protection. The refugees are majorly from eastern and western equatorial region and a few from the Upper Nile and Jongori states. As Uganda Human Rights Commission, we don't watch refugees coming in here. We know that they are coming in and they are stay here. Consider the fact that Uganda as a country has signed and ratified international human rights documents, treaties, laws that they should comply to as far as issues of refugees are concerned. We have a constitutional mandate to monitor the human rights situation of refugees in the refugee reception and settlement sites. From 17th July, when the fresh disputes broke out, according to the information or the report that we have received from the office of the Prime Minister, and this is, I want to be specific, these numbers that I'm quoting have gone up because these statistics, we got them by 15 September of 2016. Adjumani, for example, had a total of 177,134 refugees. There is an officer, Deputy RDO Adjumani OPM. I'm sure he has the correct statistics as of today. I think it would be good if you could share with the members. And then Arua, we had 32,867 refugees, and then we have 4,317 refugees in Koboko. It's important to note that the refugees in Robwe settlement camp, that is in Koboko, are majorly of Congolese origin, and they don't include those registered since July 2016. The influx that Uganda received since July 2016, none of them were taken to Koboko. That population of Robwe is the old one. Not, it doesn't include the new influx. However, as I said, these numbers keep increasing because these refugees are received on a daily basis. So this might not be as of now, as I have clearly quoted here. We have refugees in Yumbe. Yumbe, we are having refugees, as you see the statistics. Go back to the slide. When the numbers of refugees were overwhelming in Adjumani, OPM, which is in charge of refugees, sought wisely and got through good partnership with the district of Yumbe local government, got land to host the refugees. Because the number of Adjumani was overwhelming, it was becoming more than the national population, which is not good for a district in terms of social services, but also issues of security. So there were refugees that were relocated from Adjumani to Yumbe, and so we are having Yumbe also hosting refugees at Bidibidi refugee settlement camp. Right now, all the refugees that are received at Elegu border are brought direct to Yumbe for settlement. We have noted and appreciated all development partners, including government, of course, the office of the Prime Minister, UNHCR, and all the other development partners that have worked so hard to see that they respond to issues of refugees. Issues of registration, relocation, and resettlement of refugees that has been done. Refugees have been provided with land to come up with a small housing where they have put their shelter. We have also noted during our monitoring visit peaceful coexistence with the host community. I think you also noted that in Pagirinya, where they said there they are staying peacefully with the host community. Issues of food, they were given some food, adequate issues of health. This was majorly to respond to emergency, that if someone is sick, something is done. We have noted some challenges or issues of concern. Right to education, honorable members, as you heard yesterday from the memorandum that was given by the refugee leader in Pagilinya, these new settlements are not yet fully constituted with the schools, so it still impacts negatively on the refugees. Then we have issues, challenges of water. In all these refugee settlement camps. It is worse in Bidi. Yes, people have been given food, but they don't have water for cooking, even for drinking, and also for the general hygiene, although OPM is doing everything possible to provide. Issues of unaccompanied children. We have children who came, out of that population, those figures I read, 63% of the total population are children, but most of these children are unaccompanied children without their parents, so they are having challenges in terms of home to stay with, separation of families, issues of access to justice within the camps, because as you noticed, we got some refugees in prison, others also in police cells. It doesn't mean that if you have rights as a refugee, if you go against the law, they should just look at you. But the challenge there is the distance from the camp to courts of law, but also issues of language, because they don't understand our language here. There were also cases of refugees being in possession of illegal firearms. That was majorly in Pagilinya in Adjumani, and also some security concerns. As Uganda Human Rights Commission, we think the government of Uganda should prioritize and especially the office of the Prime Minister should carry out biometric registration of all refugees. Yes, we know there are some refugees that have been registered already using the biometric system, but not all of them have been done. So if this can be done, it will help in terms of planning for social service delivery, among others. The government of Uganda should gazette land specifically for refugee settlement in West Nile. Honorable members, this is something that should interest you. The land that is being used by refugees in West Nile, in Arua, Koboko, Adjumani and Yombe, this is land that is being given by landlords. Good Samaritans, good Ugandans who say, no, these are our brothers, we have this land, let them come and occupy. They are not paid by government to give that land. Just the way you can say, my brother, come and stay here. However, if we are to go by the terms and conditions specified in the international treaties in regard to refugees, and if we are to be seen to be very relevant, the government should acquire land and gazette it specifically for refugees, just the way they did in Western Uganda. Because sometimes these landlords they can change their mind at any time, like we are having issues in Koboko because of that. We are also appealing to the office of the Prime Minister and other stakeholders to apply the human rights-based approach to humanitarian assistance and ensure that the rights of refugees are protected and promoted. As a matter of urgency, all the refugee settlement camps should establish nursery and primary schools, including permanent health centers, to enable the refugees to have access to education and health services. There is also need to deploy more police officers at the refugee settlement camps, and then also to sensitize the refugees and the host community on issues of peaceful coexistence, but also on issues of their rights and obligations. Challenges that have generally affected enjoyment of human rights in the region. These are things that you already know. Inadequate knowledge on human rights. We still have a high population. We are still thin on the ground. We have an office here in Arua. I have around 10 officers covering the 8 districts of the region. It is practically hard that we can be in these districts at a time when we are needed most. So that causes still lack of knowledge and our failure to respond in time. Poverty, that one is self-explanatory. Issues of few judicial officers. Honorable members, although we are saying judicial officers might not be doing their work, Honorable Chairperson Yasita is supposed to coordinate the whole region. I'm not very sure, maybe he received the vehicle yesterday, but he doesn't have an official vehicle. We don't have, from the meetings I usually have with them, inadequate funding keeps coming up. These high court sessions that we are supposed to have need money, so we keep singing about them. I think Chief Magistrate here of Nebi also doesn't have a vehicle, and she's in charge of Nebi and Zombo districts. You can imagine how, today morning I was telling her, if you are coming into a bus, don't come. You can imagine how worship entering a bus to come here for I don't know that she used the bus, but she doesn't look like she used the bus. She can't use the bus. So those are some of the things. What are some of the emerging human rights issues in the region? Yesterday, members, you pointed out some of these issues. One of the things that has persisted in the region is land matters, border disputes, district border disputes. These ones have persisted. We have an outstanding issue here between Yumbe and Arua over Ewang. We have Amur and Ajumani. We have this side of Nyoy and Nebi. We have inter-sub-county disputes. We have private land disputes. There are just too many. I don't know how best you can help the people. Then mob justice, as the RDC said, it is becoming too much. People have decided to take the law into their own hands. In Moyo, I think last week we had cases where people decided to ban a person on alleged case of witchcraft. And it is also something that is too common in the region, witchcraft, where people decide you have bewitched me, the best they can do is to ban you or kill you or something like that. With that, I want to thank you. It has been a long one. Thank you so much for listening to me. We pledge to work together to see that the human rights situation in the region is improved. Thank you. Let us go to I want to imagine that we all had a cup of tea. It is not true. Honorable members, for purposes of discipline, since you came in late, when we are talking about human rights discipline, members, you will find it here. They will find it, but it's lunch time, so time. We are behind time. Honorable members, if your discussion continues. This is my region for how to operate the procedure in Parliament, but we are also time bad. We want to have a presentation on CSO perspective of human rights situation in the region. We skip the plenary. I think we shall have that at once so that we save time. And then okay, the person presenting, I know him for always keeping time, because I know he might agree or disagree with what I have said. And then immediately after that, we shall have a presentation from the RPC and then the plenary. Is it okay?
Thank you very much.
Sorry, I think after his presentation, the judiciary and then prisons can say something. Then we shall have a full presentation from the RPC police. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, Parliamentary Committee on Human Rights, members of Parliament here, and I observe all the protocol. My name is Abibu Arwa Fred. I think you can go to the next slide. I wouldn't love to do a lot on introductions as time is against us. And this is a civil society, a non-governmental organization. I want to move on to the next slide. Our vision is that all women, girls and men alike live in a peaceful and just environment where enjoyment of human rights is promoted, defended and protected. And our mission is, as you can see down there, I go to the next. I want to do my presentation. Much of my presentation is on economic rights of women, children and other vulnerable persons in our area of active oppression in West Nile region. I'm going to touch on land management and administration, access to justice in relation to land in West Nile, the operation of local council court, and the impact of administration of justice in specific respect to land and violence against women. The impact of conflicts, the impact of conflicts on local administrative borders in West Nile region, and I'll conclude. I'll try to keep time. Article 26 of the Constitution of Uganda Article 26 of the Constitution of Uganda is very clear on right to own property and provide for its protection. I for now want to appreciate the effort of the Parliament to enact laws and policies to enforce right to own and protect land rights in this country. I appreciate the strategic policy statement number 39 of the Uganda National Land Policy 2013. However, there is need to take these legislations and policies to the people it was meant to benefit. It is a well-known fact that customary tenure is associated with the three key problems. A, it does not provide security of tenure, it impedes on advancement of land market, and it discriminates against women. Lack of security of tenure has continued to create land conflicts in West Nile, fronting families against each other and the clans against the other. In 2013, Nunu clan fought in Ayivoni sub-county, leading to destruction of 127 houses. And then in 2013, Upia clan of Uvura sub-county fought with the Pajuru clan in Arevo sub-county, in which 252 houses were burned in the parishes of Aguvu, Ompivu, Agavo and Upia. Continue. In 2014, the same clan fought against again, resulting to destruction of 6 hectares of crops, 9 houses, 1 death registered and 4 men injured, hundreds of women and children displaced in the neighboring parishes in Vura and Arevo sub-counties in Arua district. You could go to Pictoro. You can see these were the houses that were burned. I've just picked well. There's a man here in the middle. This man was shot
I don't know how many arrows over land. You can see that one in the middle there. Some of them were removed. I came and when I counted, I actually counted 12 arrows. Some were removed. The 3 could not be removed. But this man had to, he survived, but later on had to commit suicide. I can continue. These were women and the children who ran away. It's like there was a war in this place. Continue. This is the guy, you can see, caused by land conflict. Parting 2 clans to fight. Continue. I want to talk about access to justice. I would like to thank the government of Republic of Uganda for all the efforts made to provide justice for the people of Uganda. I appreciate establishment of local council courts and the proposal to establish informal institutions to provide justice for victims of abuse to land rights, most especially under customary tenure. But the million question that has remained unanswered is if it is achieving Article 33 of the Constitution of Uganda. Continue. Courts of judicature have continued to be choked with minor cases that could be handled by elders and local council courts. That has resulted to unnecessary delays of cases in court, leading to mistrust in judicial system in Uganda. We talked about mob. Right now, people do not. No one is interested to go to court because they think there you go there they will only be delayed. The cases will be delayed. You know, a delayed justice is actually a denied one, resulting to this mob action that has replaced the court systems, worsened by actions of the policy in handling land cases. Continue. Cases of land dispute have continued to be baptized as criminal trespass by police, even if somebody has stayed in that land for more than 50 years. We have been talking about the number of inmates in Arua prison. Surely if you go there, you actually find most people there are on cases of criminal trespass on land. I have all the evidence you can to prove that, because I know what is happening. Somebody has stayed there for 50 years, you still want to call it criminal trespass, and it goes through. Victims of such arbitrary actions of police are in Manipe sub-county. We have in Ajia sub-county, Ogoko sub-county, Aroi sub-county, and many others. I want to give one answer, a question that was asked here. I've also found to discover that why those inmates are many there is that in Arua, I don't know about others, the judicial officers have gone to put bail so highly. A peasant in Manipe, I know a peasant, 4 still in prison there, they are supposed to pay a bail, cash bail of 500,000 shillings, and yet they cannot afford even 2,000 shillings. I know. A child has been, is supposed to pay 350,000 shillings, yet he can only afford to go to a USE school. What do you expect? There are many of that type. In this one of Ajia, I know men in Iatiti, they are staying in prison because they are supposed to pay a cash bail of 500,000 shillings, yet the goats are finished. There is nothing they can do. They can only grow something in order to pay. So why can't the number rise? So it is my prayer that if you need to see people out there, if somebody has already produced substantive sureties, and this somebody who does not even manage to go and stay in another sub-county, why should you have to put such kind of exorbitant money as a cash bail? It's something that I will have to seek. I have to pray to the judicial officers here. Please try to talk among yourselves. Keep emotions out when you are handling cases. When you are emotional, please keep home. Don't come to handle cases. Really. However, join me to thank the DPC, Arua. the RDC and the RPC Arua they put a stop to arresting people on this criminal trespass. I really want to thank them. They did it, and I want other RPC DPCs to emulate them. We can reduce that number. You can go to another. In Ikuru sub-county, that is in Yumbe district, the communities resolved to take law into their hands and reject a court ruling to protect their interest in their customary land, resulting to destruction of houses and property that has remained so tense to date as we are here. It is my appeal that there is a need to look critically at the native laws in order to come up with citizen law in this country if we are to uphold justice in this country. I even don't know what I meant there, but interpret it for yourself. Because when you sit in that parliament and you make laws looking at your standard and you do not want to take people's cultural norms and values, you will always waste your time. For example, you say no bride price payment, you will have a problem in West Nile, isn't it? So we need to take care of it. The idea of establishing local council committee for administration and management of village and parishes is a good thing if taken into consideration while organizing elections. Today, this has been abused since local council has turned to be hereditary or decided by the person in chairship. I don't know when these people were elected. Like if I'm the chairman, maybe I've passed on, the vice chairman or the secretary takes off. If I am taken away, that person takes up. This is what I am trying to put here. Can you continue? So many people have suffered in the hands of the local council chairperson who work without a committee to handle cases and take decisions that affect the well-being of members in a village, parish, and so on. I think the deputy RDC is here when 87-year-old woman was put in jail as a judgment debtor just because his case was dismissed because LC1, LC2 did not handle the case. It was a LC sub-county court that handled the case, and instead of even the court committee handling it, the area land committee handled the case. So the magistrate court had no option than to dismiss their judgment with the cost. And as a judgment debtor, this 87-year-old was put in jail. So those are some of the things that it is causing. We have received 15 cases of local council chairpersons signing sale of land agreement for 2 or more persons. This one comes the same. That one comes with money, the same. But what is their interest? 10% has to be given. So many of the issue of bribe has shifted from police. These days, police is talked a lot about bribe, but I can assure you it has shifted from police and now is taking center stage with elders. I wonder whether for me, I usually say there's a difference between being an elder and an older. We have more elders than elders because elders cannot be bribed easily, but elders need support. Definitely they will accept it. So that is my, and the accusation of elders telling lies on land issues to favor a fairly rich claimants is on rise, coupled with healthy local council. Chairpersons who handle cases alone without committees, the whole thing is horrible at village level. There is a need to organize lower local council elections for local council 1 and 2. Please help us take this information. We really need these elections done if we are to move well. Border conflicts. Almost all sub-counties in Arua district have border conflicts. Vora versus Arivu, Ajia versus Ogoko, Oriama versus Rhino Camp, and Erigo, among others. We also have district border conflict between Arua and Yumbe. Somebody talked about it. The issue of a Wanga sub-county has remained unattended to by the government, yet local government leaders eye votes to retain their position to tell the truth of a Wanga sub-county. Continue. This has continued to affect service delivery for the people of the affected disputed area. I would love to ask the following questions. I would like to ask the following questions. One, who has been supporting Ewanga sub-county? Because this sub-county or Ewanga has always been there. Who created Ewanga sub-county, and from which sub-county was it created? Civil servants in Ewanga, where do they get their base from and why? What is the political game about Ewanga? And who are behind this game? And what is their interest? These questions have continued to torture me. You can continue. It is my prayer to you members of parliament to address these issues for better service delivery to achieve Vision 2040 in this country. There is need to increase budgetary support for Uganda Human Rights Commission to carry educational activities in this region to avert some of these issues in the region. I'm very sure to say that if Madame Juliet was to have enough funds, covering this place will not be a problem. But if he doesn't have the funds, definitely she cannot do anything. In conclusion, it is my conclusion. It is my prayer to you members of parliament to address these issues for better service. I said there is need to increase budgetary. The last slide. Join me, honorable members and participants, in general to thank Madam. When she was not here, we didn't have such a platform. It was hard for us. We even wonder what Human Rights was doing in their office there. Sometimes we blame them ignorantly. But since she came here, we are trying to see what we are supposed to do. Many thanks for listening to me. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is the voice of the CSO representing all of CSO in the region. We invite the RPC to come and tell us how they are handling cases of over detention and others.
All protocols observed. Good afternoon, members. Senior Superintendent of Police, Haji Ibrahim Saiga. I'm going to give a response to the implementation of the recommendations of Uganda Human Rights Commission in its 17th, 18th annual report by Uganda Police. So I'm going to give general responses, and some responses will be specific to the area I command. First and foremost, the establishment of the police force. We get our mandate in about our establishment in Article 211 of the Constitution, and the subsequent article, that's 212, gives us the functions, among others, to protect life and property, preserve law and order, prevent and detect crime. These functions are to be carried out by men and women who are enlightened, motivated, community-oriented and professional. We are supposed to be accountable. Accountability, and this implies that the force has to be very, very professional. Article 20, Clause 2 of the Constitution provides that rights and freedoms of individuals and groups shall be all agencies. Police, being one of the agencies, is required to respect, uphold, and promote these rights for them to be termed professional. So in case we do the contrary, then you cannot stand ably and say that you are a professional police officer. It is challenging, the task is a bit challenging, as the police is the coercive arm of government. So law enforcement has a very big challenge when it comes to that, because even the public sees us more than other institutions in government. So because of the task we do of enforcement of the law, where the perpetrators cannot be happy when we cause arrest, because arrest by its definition, it's depriving somebody's liberty. So such a person cannot stand and probably thank you for having performed a noble duty. You go ahead. Respecting the rights and the freedoms of the people in society, which is belligerent and violent. Members, you need to agree with me that the society we are policing today has challenges, and law enforcers, we are really finding it hard because it's an immoral society. The society itself lacks discipline. Much as we try to talk about issues of human rights, but do we understand and observe them? Human rights do not only belong to the perpetrators, but they belong to everybody by virtue of being a human being. Their natural entitlements, they accrue to a person by virtue of being a human being. Next. Police, in one way or the other, was trying to achieve the professionalism and what is required of us. We have tried to restructure the force. And we have even gone as far as opening up a full directorate of legal and human rights services. Though police is rated worst on the issues of human rights, we are aware as members of the institution that we are rated worst. As reflected in the report of the Human Rights Commission to Parliament, police, this is because police interacts more with the members of the public compared to other institutions. So when they say police is more corrupt, it's because we are seen everywhere. On your way to Adjumani and other places, you must have met more policemen than other workers of other institutions. So tell me how people relate to them if they don't meet them. In the presentation of the regional human rights officer, he said that there are only 10 officers covering 80 districts. But for us, we are over 2,000. So you can see the comparison there. Who is more visible, and probably it's because of our visibility and our interaction with members of the public that we are rated worst. And on top of that, even the awareness, at the moment people are aware of their rights. That's why sometimes people say that cases of, reported at police or crime has increased. Sometimes it has not actually increased, but because people have realized that there is need to report. Previously, cases could go unmentioned. For example, cases of development, people could sit in the community and solve them. But at the moment, people move to the police to report such cases. So when you are making an analysis to put other factors, that it's not because crime has increased, but the trust the people have in the police and their awareness of where to report these cases could be one of the contributing factors. Parliament policing tax. So, next. Though these powers, we have powers as police that are given to us under the Police Act and the Constitution, powers of arrest in case of breach of law. But sometimes, though these powers may be exercised within the laws, the offenders cannot be happy. Notwithstanding cases of abuse, sometimes we have abuse where our officers, they stretch the hand beyond the law and they step on people's human rights. But as a force, we have tried to put up measures to see to it that we fight such cases internally and externally. The recommendations of the Human Rights Commission in as far as police is concerned hinges on two major aspects. The issue of infringement on rights to liberty and freedom from torture, cruel, inhuman and degrading treatment. The recommendations regarding what needs to be done to improve the issue of the police having respect for rule of law and human rights protection basically hinges on two aspects: prolonged detention, access to justice, usually referred to as the 24-hour rule, and other related to the issue of torture of suspects and arrest at places of detention. My responses that I have made in regard to the recommendations in the 17th and 18th report is in line with what we are doing, what we are about to do, and what we shall do. Closely related is the issue of condition of detention facilities. As suspects while being detained remain with other rights which need to be respected as they are human beings. The issue of prolonged detention, where suspects appear in court 48 hours contrary to the law, we have issues here because sometimes the law is a bit silent on weekends in respect to 48 hours rule. Well, some of the suspects that we arrest are core criminals, are habituals. These are people, sometimes we even realize that they are safe at police than even when we give them bond to go to the public. And most times we have been accused. When you release, they say police has got money from the suspect in terms of bond. When you retain, they say you have abused the person's right. So you can see we are in between there. Sometimes we fail to make clear judgment. There is everything that we do without what they blame. Should we release so that they say we have got money, or we keep the person in custody so that they say we have abused somebody's rights? So we are in between there. Answers lie with us. Probably at the end of the day, we shall have solutions for this as stakeholders. Next. Several recommendations were made in regard to this issue, such as equipping police with the facilities necessary to enable them to produce suspects to court within 48 hours, invest in training and retraining. You know, there is only one solution to, a major solution to most of this, more so when it comes to improving skills of our personnel. The answer is training, training, and training. But it has budgetary implications. You are members of parliament, and you clearly understand how much is given to the police, and how big the institution is, the tasks and challenges that we are supposed to perform. So because some of these issues, the recommendations have budgetary implications, they cannot be implemented over time within a fortnight. The process is gradual, transition is gradual. We cannot attain success within one day. But as commanders in the force, we go ahead and identify training needs. In those we command, we recommend these training needs to police headquarters, which at the end of the day looks through the budget, and our personnel are taken for training. Next. As regards to torture, while obtaining information, suspects and investigating officers, it is now very rare in the region. I said I'm going to, in my response, sometimes to be general, sometimes to be specific. That's why I've said in the region. And the issues of training and retraining is planned from the force headquarters. Just like I said, we identify the training units, we recommend, and the headquarters at the end of the day gives a solution, depending on the resources. Torture in the region happens in situations where a suspect resists arrest. In the course of subduing him, some reasonable force is used. It's the law is still silent on that. How reasonable is reasonable force? Because if you look at the definition of reasonable force, it's a force enough to subdue resistance. So how reasonable is it? So at the end of the day, it's at the appreciation of the arresting officer to say that what I have done is probably reasonable and can make the suspect succumb or be subdued. Arresting officers exceed the so-called reasonable force. This one has always been experienced in terms of demonstrations, when we have demonstrations. Some officers act out of emotions. Probably people have missed lunch and supper, and they end up acting in excesses. But as a force, we are trying to do it, to see to it that we are within the limits of the law. This force, which is called reasonable, also depends on circumstances of particular case. and gravity of the offense. So if the suspect is armed, which force is reasonable to subdue an armed perpetrator? Like I said, the law leaves it at the appreciation of the arresting officer. Next. Besides, the police officers are now aware of the anti-torture law. In most cases, through sensitization and training recommended by institutions like the Commission, our members of the force have gained a lot. They are now aware that they are handled as individuals, because previously such act could be maybe Attorney General, but at the moment you are handled as an individual, and for fear of losing their jobs and even ending up in prison, we have reduced the cases of torture. They used to be there more so in capital cases, capital offenses, where probably the perpetrator is accused of possession of a firearm and the firearm has not been recovered, but all that is now history. We are in a new phase. Next. There are several reasons which make suspects take more than 48 hours in the cells, because among the recommendations of the Commission was on the 48 hours rule. So if you look at the reasons, these reasons range from fear to release the hardcore criminals without proper sureties, especially those who commit capital offenses. The likelihood that a suspect may not come back to report. Some of this, if you look at the conditions for the bond or bail, some of these people, the perpetrators, don't have clear places of abode. So if you give a person bond, it may be hard to trace such a person. For example, where we are at the moment, we are neighboring two countries. So if the person arrested is from the neighboring country, we even have a case where a person was arrested, given a bond, but it was from a neighboring country, and up to now we are still tracing a person, and yet it was a case of capital nature. But we gave bond because investigations were not complete. There are also some cases of indiscipline of investigating officers who defy instructions from their supervisors to release suspects on bond. They also delays caused by either office of DPP or the court, as they do not operate on weekends. This is majorly evidenced in, for example, if a suspect is arrested on a Thursday, in a case where you cannot really wait to investigate before you cause arrest. So by the time you submit a file on a Friday, if the file is not sanctioned or clear guidance has not yet been put on the file, Saturday will be demanding that the suspect should be released. So those are some of the technicalities that at the end of the day make people accuse the force. Next. I talked about that, the 48 hours rule. Some of the delays are caused by the medical personnel. For example, some of the cases require experts' evidence. The investigator cannot fill the medical form. We have to look around. In the whole of this region, we only have one medical officer. By the way, there is a uniqueness with West Nile. West Nile administratively is one region. Police-wise, there are two regions, but we only have one police surgeon who is supposed to fill this. Much as sometimes we are helped by doctors who work in the hospitals within the region. But it also involves payment. If the person who is carrying out the medical report is maybe out of the force, is not a member of the force. So if the person doesn't have the money to pay for the medical examination, at the end of the day we expect delays in the 48-hour rule. Next. The incident of prolonged detention, police now carries out two suspects parades, one in the morning and another in the evening, to find out suspects who have overstayed. And at this juncture, allow me clearly put one of the recommendations that the regional human rights officer put of police giving one meal. Actually, it's not one meal; it's 2 in 1. It's simply 2 in 1. So serving it may be one, but the content is a 2 in 1. Next. Disciplinary action. We have taken action against our errant officers. As I talk now,
we had an allegation that was put up over the weekend, and I even have 4 of my own in custody. This shows that we are trying to remove the issue of impunity. Next. Sensitization of officers is being done to enable them appreciate the constitutional requirements that suspects take more than 2 days before being, less than 2 days before being police report. Effort is made, that's about impunity. We have also deployed in refugee camps. It's only that we have a challenge of manpower. If you look at the statistics of the refugees that we have received, for example, this year, they overwhelm our numbers. So we have a challenge, but at least we have deployments within those camps. Next. The other recommendation in regard to cooperation, there is already cooperation, that's why we are here, and that's why we were invited. It's because of the cooperation we have with the Uganda Human Rights Commission. As regards to establishment of police posts in refugees, I've talked about it, we have already put. Next. There are police posts in one. Access to police stations. All our new police stations that are being constructed, we have addressed the issue of access by PWDs. The disabilities, at least, it's save the old stations, all the new ones, that issue has been addressed. Next. On the issue of suspects with files, pocket files, those were some of the errant officers who have taken action, and as police, the professional standards unit is clearly monitoring together with the supervisors. Torture Act, the police does investigate where charges are preferred by the director. Next. Training and equipping of investigators with skills is ongoing, and it is done by the Directorate of Human Resource Development. Next. Separating children in conflict with the law from the adults, at least it's being done. All our new stations, they have the adult cells and the juvenile cells. We still have challenges in the old buildings, but the new plan puts into consideration all of that. Next. On the issue of completely phasing out the bucket system, we have tried to phase it out. I want to be realistic enough and be factual that it has its own challenges. As we have phased it out during the day, in areas like I've said where we have old buildings which do not have such facilities, they are being escorted, the suspects are escorted during the day to ease themselves. But we get a challenge at night where a sales guard is one, and those who may demand for nature may be more than one. And second, there are those who want to use it to their advantage. So we are still having challenges there, but as a force, since new buildings are being put up, probably at the end of the expected period, we shall have solved all this. The police as an institution does not condone impunity. I've talked about impunity. Some of these issues of human rights violation find their way to the Human Rights Commission because the complainants feel more comfortable reporting them, and besides, there is a belief that the police cannot punish. So it all comes as a result of impunity. But I've said we have put up. That's why professional standards unit is there. That's why the Directorate of Legal and the Human Rights Services is in place. The professional standards unit has been created to handle this. It's okay. Most of this. Thank you for listening. I was a bit time cautious. I know the sugar levels have gone down, and people have been here for some time. So probably other issues will come in the plenary. Thank you.
Thank you so much, RPC. We have 2 regional police units in the region. The incident of Ajumani falls under Northwest Nile region, not under his jurisdiction. So the DPC Ajumani kindly come and give the report to the honorable members. I'm sure they are eagerly waiting. Briefly, then we hear from prison if there is something, and then judiciary.
Thank you very much. My name is Superintendent of Police Ujokuna Elatu. I'm the District Police Commander Jumani. I'm going to be brief on the two incidences that you captured yesterday when you were in Ajumani. I did not come with a comprehensive report, but I know of the issue, and this is what I'm going to tell you about. The background on the issues, on 9th September, police received a report from a sub-county called Ofua that a family of one called Maya and another one called Eriga was being marched to the sub-county to be chased, that they are practicing witchcraft. So police responded and found when these people were being lynched, they were by the community of Ofua, and in the process, one called Itoma Patrick, 34-year-old boda was hit by a stray bullet. The case, a file was opened, and the identification parade was carried out. The suspect was identified by the community because that was what we told them when we were there with my RPC for that burial. On 18th, I think on 18th when you were there in Jumani that night, 10 houses were burnt from the same place because of the same issue, and as a result of a meeting that was attended by the LC3, on 17th, the LC3 of the same place, and Chairman 5 also was there. And right now when I was coming here, Chairman 5 was telling me there is still a challenge in the same place. He went there, and they are looking for some people to lynch. So I have sent police to go for rescue. Then another issue that happened at Pagirinya. Pagirinya is a refugee camp on the way to Gulu. One called Chandiga was drinking together with a friend called Awi Robert at a drinking point, the same place. Very early in the morning at around 5, Chandiga decided to beat up Awi. Awi is a Sudanese national, also of the same place. And the residents found when he had tied the victim with his shirt and was pulling him. So they also beat him up, tied him, and took him to the police post. When they reached the police post, police wanted to untie him and put him in the cell. He started kicking the two policemen who were there, and it is true that the two policemen you found there are attached there. One is a woman police constable, and one is a female, a police officer, a man. There are 5 policemen there, and by that time the 3 were on the other side of Pagirinya. If you moved around the camp, you know the size. So Chandiga was pushed in the cell with a rope in his hands, owing that he would get sober and the rope would be released from him. We have a tendency of moving around the camps to extract suspects, and we bring to the police station. But that day we had not yet moved around, and by around 10 in the morning they found that Chandiga has locked himself in the police cells and he hanged himself. So they broke through the window to see why the door was not opening, and that's what they found. He was hanging on the same rope which he was tied on. Then they broke the door, and then the body was removed and taken for post-mortem. The policeman who was there was charged of neglect of duty, and on Monday he was put on bond because it was already going beyond the 48 hours. But the file is open and a comprehensive report will be produced. However, I want to bring this to your attention that in Ajumani we have got a very big challenge on the issue of witchcraft, how to handle it. You know the weakness of the witchcraft law, and people there take witchcraft as something which is real. So while you are investigating, for them they are doing some other things. You find you are even there at the scene, you see fire burning in houses. So you are diverted to go and put off somebody's house. On the other side, they are on people, lynching people. And then also issue of medical forms. Right now, even we have failed to extract the medical form of Chandiga because the medical officers want 60,000 from the police. So medical forms and postmortem reports, the challenges is that we must pay 60,000 to get. The jailers had put a system in place that these people will be paid quarterly, but they don't accept. For them, they want what is there, and it has become a very difficult thing for us. Then political interference on how we handle cases. You are investigating a case here, a politician also wants to know. He also carries his own investigations. So things get mixed up along the way. Then we have our number is limited, just as my colleagues talked about it here, and the RPC of Arua. In Ajumani, we are 135 police officers. We have 19 settlements, and we have 10 sub-counties. So in some of these sub-counties, you find policemen, the minimum number we have is 5, and then the highest number we have is 8 or 9. We have also got issues of juvenile issues that they are remanded to us. Thank you very much.
Clap for him, clap for him. You know, when you go to court, we have judicial officers here. The issuers present what? The report of only 2 cases, but we appreciate the addition. Thank you. Prisons, if you have something to say. In the meantime, the registrar can respond some issues. And then the floor is open to all of us, I think, after the registrar.
Thank you. The concerns raised about judiciary. We have Chief Magistrate Nepi, we have Grade 1 that is Zombo. The other judicial officers, I can't see them. They are still conducting court at Arua. Lost files, missing files. This should be history. But it is still looking up. For us as administrators, to come up with a policy of tracking files, we implore you, court users and the stakeholders in the justice system, let us know. Cannot get lost. They are sometimes misplaced. But even then, a file cannot take 3 days to missing. It's a disciplinary offense for the head of the court to have a record meeting. So let us know so that we handle. The most challenging part of that issue are the files from lower courts. Sometimes the police file is brought and the court file is left behind at the station. As a regional coordination committee, we agreed, and members are here, files are now to move together. When the OCCID is transferring the file to RPC, the status is not notified. When the state attorney is transferring the file to the region, stakeholders are notified. Equally, the magistrate should do the same. If he has committed the offender to High Court for trial, then the state attorney should be notified, the prison authorities should be notified, and everything will be in order. Please let us know such an issue when it crops up. High prison numbers. It is an issue. What is causing this? A number of prisons have been advanced. High bail terms has been pointed out. Well, in as much as it is a judicial decision which cannot be averted administratively, we are aware that if it is a grade 1 magistrate who has imposed such terms, here is the chief magistrate. The chief magistrate will call for the file. If it is a chief magistrate himself, the High Court is available. I serve the people of this region. The judge, the resident judge, is here in his chambers at 7:15 in the morning, and he leaves after 6. He's not on WhatsApp or Facebook, but on judicial work. This is the testimony for this. Look at the business disposal, which are accessible. High numbers of prison inmates. One other cause that you may not be looking at is that the population has people have been emancipated, a great number, so they know crimes are being reported to police, and eventually they are in the that we have to seek solutions to. The infrastructure is the problem. My colleague has that granting of bond is based on conditions. One must satisfy the minimum. And if I'm not satisfied that you will turn up for trial, I can't release you on bail. Put that in. But also, it is me and you who has a duty to tell the people out there that bail is a constitutional right, police bond is a constitutional right. The advantages are many, and the reasons for granting the same are many. Above all, to enable investigation to continue, to allow the accused to prepare his defense. There are many. prison numbers. Throughout the year, calendar year 2015, Arua High Court Circuit did not have any high courts. Right in my, as of now, I've had a session in Nebi in January, February. At Adjumani, I had a session, though somebody was missing out that Adjumani had been forgotten for years. No, this year I held a High Court session presided by Justice Vincent Okwang. At Arua, I had a session which ended late December. The current session ongoing was to be held in Koboko, but for some reasons we have held it here. That's why today we are having inmates of 2014 appearing in this session, yet there are other prisoners of say 2013 and 2012 in prison, but not appearing in the session. We had only cases positive from Maracha, Koboko, and Yombe for that session. That explains why some inmates are not appearing on that cause list. Those coming from Arua are on that cause list because they are spillovers from other sessions. When I'm cause listing, I'm always in touch with the paralegals. The information is prepared by the paralegals through OC prison, and I receive that status report of overstay on remand for capital offenders. And first in, first out policy is implemented. It's what I'm using. I talk for myself because since the year began, that's what I've been employing. So, paralegal, if you let me down, you had people who are committed long ago and are not on the cause list, too bad. Provide a report of session and get a release for another High Court session. So, we shall have a High Court session at Arua immediately this one ends, because this one is only intended for Oboko. Adjumani, I had a session, and I visited Adjumani prison on a Sunday last month, and I found that I have a list. The urgent item in Koboko, in Adjumani, are those who want to plead guilty, and 22nd and 23rd, the resident judge will be in Koboko to handle plea of guilty and plea bargaining. Other matters, I'll document them and provide a report. Thank you.
Another hand clap for the registrar. We really want to thank you all as is here with us, all the judicial officers, there's backlogging. The first to all of us, something to add value, not to complain, not fault finding here. We find solutions to what is affecting us. I'm told no debates.
Well, I want the opportunity to start this after all the presentations. I don't know if I should sit. It's okay. Okay. What I wanted to say is
as stakeholders, we are here for the benefit of everyone. We are not here to accuse anybody, but we are here to find solutions. And we are interested as a committee to see where we go wrong when we're all interested. And the ingredient that's all of us. When we talk about human rights, I plead guilty that whenever I go to police stations, I feel the poor working conditions have dehumanized police too. And their human rights are assumed that don't exist, but they should one. We took note of that, and we should be at the forefront of doing that. However, the judiciary, I have a question. What is with state attorneys and police officers when they're prosecuting? Usually they are the leading cause, in my view, of remand cases. Someone comes to court, the state prosecutor is there, the police officer is not there. It's like there is collusion. And when people are frustrated, we breed corruption. When someone is frustrated, I'll tell you, and I have judges here, they'll tell us, we are late. When we come to court, actually, we are scared of court. Why? Because nothing is clear-cut with courts of law in this country. So when we come here, and I'm a member of parliament, and I'm skeptical about court, how about our citizens? What do you think happens to them? They are terrorized. And that's what we want to find out. When you talk about, I appreciated this, but can you imagine that if your file is missing, this peasant who has come on the morning and is expecting the file, how do you think they are empowered to even think they can appeal, to even think they can speak to anyone? And who? We are here to find solutions. So for me, at a personal level, we usually choose to blame there is no facilitation, lack of personnel. But who will do this for us, Ugandans? I think when I find the magistrates here and judges, I want to see that human face that we don't see in courts. Here you're human. But when it's court, it is like you're facing a monster. So I think we need to see a human side of judges in this country. So that's my take on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Nabila, she has said she wants a human face. I wish she would come to Nepi. Do I have a testimony here? I wish you would come to Nepi. But on the note of sensitization and awareness, in judiciary and the jails as a whole, we have what we call open court day. We had our first one in September in Nepi, and it helped us to interface with the litigants and court users. Secondly, like I've said in Nepi, we have been trained, like the LPC has said, we are being trained and trained in customer care also to have the human face. And what do I do at my court? When I'm not in court, I move around. Unfortunately, I don't understand the language. What I do, I move around with my staff. I have learned some 2 words in greeting, but I move around and I ask whoever I find seated. When you enter in the morning, you find so many people seated in the compound and I tell my staff, what are they doing? Each one comes to court with a purpose. You are appearing before so-and-so, you are appearing before so-and-so. But sometimes these people might not know which court. So I move around with my staff, and that's what I'm training them to do. You know, human resource, sometimes it's, we move around and tell people, you are supposed to appear in such and such a court. Do you know the court you are supposed to? Yes, I know. If I know, we move to that court. And after court, we go and do some other things. We do some sort of sensitization. You have an economic part to do. You have to go and dig. You don't come and sit at court and wait the whole day. We know there are somewhere, somehow, time is limited for some of us. The workload we have is a lot. Some people want, like a chief magistrate, you have to hear cases, you are an administrator, you have to handle complaints, you have to, when you try to balance this, sometimes the person might delay at court. But we try to balance that. Then on another note, for NEBI, we might have, incidentally, I've not heard from the Commissioner's report about the violations in NEBI. NEBI, with our prison coach is limited capacity, 32. And it's fed by NEBI code. But sometimes the capacity goes, when it goes beyond 32, 40, the spillover is taken to PAIDA. PAIDA is a distance to NEBI. The magistrate cannot go there every day, neither can the complainants and the state go to PAIDA. So we've had that challenge of people overstaying in PAIDA prison. And what we did was trying to sensitize people about community service, and we find how to handle these issues. So as the members of parliament, when you are hearing those issues of facilities of prisons, that's the facility. So in that report, she had said the Kochi prison is under construction. That construction stalled. There are 2 buildings. I don't know whether you have been there. There are 2 buildings under construction for 2 years. These people are in the inputs. I recommend the OS. If you see that place, it's somehow very neat and smart, with even the small inputs he has. But those inputs are too hot for the prisoners. They can't stay there. And it's a place which is not, doesn't have a wall fence or whatever. How he keeps those people I sent there, I don't know. But he does, because he doesn't have escapees. So we face all these challenges, but we try as stakeholders. And I'm happy to note, if the stakeholders here of NEBI, we have tried our best. For other issues, I was about.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will concentrate on congestion in prisons and Lower Martin Assistant Cow. One, we need to acknowledge that there is a lot of improvement in the performance of some jail sectors and individuals. But at the same time, we have serious challenges with some individuals. You have noted in the case of Arua, we used to be fairly okay. We have sought. I have sat on DCC for over 10 years, the District Case Management Committee. Now, there are new developments when you receive new officers. One, the propensity to arrest and detain is high among some judicial officers and jail sector members. They think that you must solve every problem by arresting and detaining. Now, we will do some of the things in DCC. I can promise that we're going to take some actions to restrain some of the stakeholders. Now, what we're witnessing now is that bail is being used as a tool to promote injustice. First, it is denied. Many judicial officers denied on no sound grounds. And they put long periods for litigants to reappear in court, so that you make them vulnerable to exploitation. You give 3-4 weeks. When the litigants appear, first the tendency is to deny bail, even in the film on the smallest of cases. Madam Chair, I have 2 other cases that in DCC we are going to investigate. In one case, suspects were arrested in airport. They have appeared in court 10 times. The 10th time was on Monday. There are no witnesses against them. They have not recorded statements, but they are being prosecuted. Very straight. You don't need to be a lawyer or a rocket. You don't require rocket science to see injustice. A few months ago, the Chief Justice was addressing judicial officers. He told them, please don't abuse judicial powers. But I think there are still others who are abused. So is you correctly? I take note of good performance like her. We must isolate those cases. So the numbers you see in the rural prisons are a result of this practice, bad practice, I must say. And some of us, I would like to agree with the Honorable Member of Parliament. In some of the cases we appear. As an officer, I come to see how to support it, but officers these don't want to even meet us to promote justice. They lock themselves, the officers. It is a unique occurrence here in Arua. That is why we are having these challenges. I have already discussed some of the issues with the chief. I think he is very supportive. I've approached his office to see how we can reduce on this matter. Number two, Madam Chair, some of us in government use our positions to cause arrest because we have interest in some cases. And so we put pressure on the jail sectors not to release suspects. This is happening. Don't release them. You detain them, you punish them. This is going on in our court. Again, in our DCC, we intend to investigate those cases and penalize the individuals who are perpetrating this practice because it is not good for our justice system. Finally, we cannot separate the challenges of jail sectors from other sectors of the economy, health and education. You know, in the past, a judicial officer, a police officer will settle here with the family. And you'll put your children in Ombache, St. Joseph's College, where I went to. It was doing very well in Vara. But now officers cannot put their families here. The children have to be in Wakiso, in Kampala. Because you are a chief magistrate or a high court judge, how can your child go to Ombache, where first grades are not the way we went to that school? So everybody keeps families in Kampala. And so you have to share the office time with family, children. When they are going to school, every officer is away. In many respects, officers are now tourists. This has to be accepted for both good and bad reasons. So the officer has to leave Friday early. Or you travel by night bus, don't sleep well, you come back Sunday night, in the morning you are not sober. This happens, I'm not only saying it is in the case of jail sector, but everybody. Once schools are starting, there is almost nobody in our office, including us, local government officers. So because the families are kept away. So in talking about justice, we must address the other sectors of the economy, education and health. Officers who are posted to their duty stations must be able to be resident in those stations with their families. So we need to improve those facilities. Now, it has created a scenario where some sectors transfer officers every month. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, we need to change strategy. This meeting is not for us to point fingers at each other, and I don't like it. We have honorable members here. Can we come up with recommendations that we task the honorable members to go back and deal with? Okay? If you are raising up your hand, recommendation.
Yeah, thank you. Protocol remain observed. I believe human rights talks of our rights, which are inherent. And this stakeholders meeting is organized for people to exercise their rights and address issues which our people are facing. For that matter, allow me introduce myself. I am Sarah Moy, the Deputy Mayor. The Mayor would have loved to be with you, but we have received people from the ministry. He's addressing the issue of USMID. I would like to welcome you as a host. Welcome to Arua Municipality. My case goes to judicial. Sincerely, we have cases in the court as far as land matters are concerned. There are cases which have lasted for over 15 years. And you find when we speak of land issues, it is the women and children that suffer. You find now men nowadays prioritize to look for money day and night to pay lawyers, and they cannot fulfill their obligations as men. They are supposed to pay transport, they are supposed to pay accommodation for lawyers, and you find services are delayed. And in most cases, land cases are ruled when one of the partners is dead. Is that the human right we are talking of? Number two, we all appreciate that the government of Uganda, because of Pan-Africanism, we are hosting refugees. But are we aware as Ugandans that our nationals are suffering in Sudan? In most cases, dead bodies are brought here. And do we discover why, under what circumstances, our people dying in Sudan? It is not only West Nile region which has hosted refugees, it is the entire country, all across Uganda. And now we are talking of refugees because of integration, but we are suffering more so. I want to give a case in municipality where 28 houses got burnt. What concern has the government, Ministry of Disaster Preparedness? What have they done? Our people have become like refugees. 28 houses got burnt. People have nowhere to sleep. We have talked. It is only the two MPs, the woman MP and the MP for municipality, who has given their individual hands support. But what has the government done? You see? So for us urban managers, we are suffering as far as these refugees are concerned. They cannot reside in their camps, and most of them are here within municipality. We all know that garbage management is a very expensive sector, and most of the funds given to us by the central government are conditional. What miracle can we perform? Are there solutions whereby integration, the social corporate responsibility from the office of the OPM to support municipalities which are hosting refugees? I think that's all. But we must know that also within urban centers, food is becoming expensive, and those are all challenges of hosting refugees. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for giving me the mic. Mine may be a bit different because I am from the cultural perspective. I want to thank the Human Rights Commission plus the Uganda UN Human Rights Commission Gulu office for bringing on board cultural institutions to know about human rights. We have never been approached and never told what human rights are, and where our concern can be about protection of human rights and the freedoms of the people. We didn't know that. It is from last year, towards the end of last year, when the Human Rights Commission brought on board the cultural institutions and started telling us about human rights, our roles, and so on. As they lectured, I wrote back to them. From the discussions, the dialogue, we realized the people who violate human rights are the UPDF, the police, prisons, judiciary, and the local governments. You call the representatives of these people, the officers who want to brainstorm with them and tell them, ask them why they violate human rights. Ours was simple. They say for you cultural institutions, you don't know the law, but you judge cases without a scale. And some of you have even sentenced people to death, which is again violation of human rights. We realized it is true. We are given a case in Karamoja where a cultural leader got tired of certain thief who was stealing every time, being taken in and out, and finally he told the youth, I don't want to see this person anymore. Do away with him. And the fellow was killed, and that was bad. That was a violation of human rights. Now we have come into the system. We really I want to thank the members of parliament who are in the Committee of Human Rights. That human rights issues have always been discussed by high-class people, educated people, and they have left down the local people, the cultural institutions. This time we have come. Now we are requesting why we violate human rights is through ignorance. We have realized that we need to participate and protect human rights. I'm happy the RPC police gave a very good presentation with judiciary. But when the other colleagues were called, they did not appear in that dialogue. The prisons were not there, local government was not there, and the UPDF was not there. We wanted to decide that they are the ones who didn't come are the ones who violate human rights. But anyway, we didn't know the reason why they did not come. Honestly speaking, when we were educated, we understand things. I am 65 years old now. I've never been arrested by police, and I've never appeared before court. But I'm so scared about the court that I don't want to even appear before court. But for the first time last year, NSSF dragged me to court because my staff of the Nile FM radio, I'm a manager of the Nile FM radio. The staff monies were not remitted, so NSSF dragged me to court. I had a sleepless night. I thought that was the end of me. The first time to go to court. But when I appeared before the judge, there was a judge flown from Kampala by a plane. They said this is a real serious one. When I appeared before the judge asked me, are you Haruna Nema? I said, yes, my lord, because I'm told you address them like that. I said, I'm the one, my lord. Then he said, are you the manager of Nile FM? I said, yes, my lord. Then he was observing me. He said, do you know that you owe NSSF 12 million shillings? I said, yes, my lord. Then he turned around and said, why didn't you pay the money? I told him the radio broke down. Even people who gave me adverts came and withdrew their money. Now I had nothing to give you. Then he said, have you repaired the radio? I told him it is now working. I've started getting money. Then he said, you go and start paying NSSF. You go home. It was as simple as that. I didn't believe. I thought he was going to punish me. But actually the court is not a bad thing, it's good. Now, what I want to say is after the 2 workshops by human rights, we are requesting them as cultural leaders of West Nile that they should come and help us to establish the traditional courts. They have encouraged that we work. Even the police and the judiciary said, with these simple cases we can decongest what is there. So we should have these courts, but we don't know the law. You are aware that cultural leaders, elders, don't know the law. Even judging cases are difficult. So I would like to request that we have those local courts established. I know what they're emphasizing is that there should be women in those courts. We shall have the women in the courts. Let us establish the courts. Let the judiciary and the police advise us which cases can we handle, which ones we should send to them. And the ones they accept us to handle, let them also guide us in the judgment. This case, I think your judgment can be like this. So that is the kind of request I'm making. Please, let's have it. Now the last one. People, this last one is the most sensitive one. There are people who commit crimes because they want to stay in prison. There are some human beings who want to stay in prison. There is a case of a man who hit a woman in Oli on the head with a bar. This woman almost died. The boy was arrested, and the people said he had just come out of the prison 3 days ago. The boy says outside here food is difficult to eat. There is no accommodation. He prefers to stay there. What do we do to such people? Can they be handled by the mob? Because when he's taken, he will be brought back. The RPC said there is no mob justice, there is mob action. If we call justice, he says that is not English. There is nothing like mob justice. It is mob action. But these are the things which cause the mob action. This boy hit somebody almost dead. But his reason is, I want to go back where my friends are, where I can eat free food, where I can sleep in a nice house. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm not being indisciplined and not being respectful. But it's coming to 3. We have not had lunch and people have to cross the ferry. I want to request, be brief. Okay? Be brief.
We'll have another 10 minutes, so.
Thank you very much. My concern was on the issue of Ajumani prison, where they're saying the sewage system broke down. My name is Nam Edi. I work with Navy District NGO Forum. I am wondering where the monies prison laborers normally get. Where is that money being used, and what is it being used for? Why can't we use that money to repair kind of system which has broken down? The prison authorities are here. They will normally hire these services of these labor of the prisoners. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, honorable members of parliament, for visiting us in this, in Arua and in this region. Dibele Peter are my names. Definitely, my colleague told you I was at the border. I want to tell you, members of parliament, that the border remarking second phase, 17.5 kilometers from Logiri towards Zombo, was flagged off yesterday by Honorable Kanya, and we do not expect any much problem, because some people are raising the issue of border. So be assured that the relationship between DRC and Uganda on the remarking is a cordial one. Here I would like to answer some questions straight. The member of the CSO, when he got up, I was a little bit shrunk. I thought he was going to hit at some of us. But I want to thank him for the appreciation. I think when there's a job well done, it is also good to be appreciated. So if they've appreciated the job of the office of the RDC and that one of DPC on the issues of handling land, I think we're grateful. Thirdly, last Thursday, I want to answer this question. Last Thursday, we were in the State House. The questions he asked were the questions, especially so about Iwanga, were the questions His Excellency asked. In which county was Iwanga? He asked that question. What happened to the colonial maps? He even went ahead to say, from the time he came to power, he has never changed any local or international boundary. Now, who are these people changing these boundaries? I think that has answered our question. Who are these people? They are we politicians. Yes, because we want the votes. We are the ones causing this problem. So, if we are going to use the colonial boundaries, and if HE said he has never changed any boundary, then he never changed a boundary. Never change a boundary. Because even he said he doesn't want to see women stripping naked over issues of border. I want to add to what the RPC said, that
when we castigate the police all the time, let us also have time to talk to our people. Those days when I was growing, when the police come, they would come with a baton and then say, we want you to go to police station, and somebody walks. Today, if you don't use an AK-47, nobody will move. Yes. So, what is it? How can we educate our people? My recommendation to you, honorable members, we RDC's chairpersons of the district, we presented it to HE. You allocate us more money for mobilization. Barazas come from Kampala. That one, Honorable Abriga knows about it. Barazas come from Kampala. And they spent over 25 million for only one baraza. But if you gave us this 25 million, I am very sure we shall move from sub-county to sub-county and educate people about human rights, about this, about that. So this is my recommendation. I don't think I would like to go more than that. Let me hope that you will feel you'll get all the information that you have wanted, and you have stayed nicely. In a special way, I would like to welcome again Honorable Nabila. I think this is your second time coming when I'm here. Please, thank you very much, honorable members. May God bless you.
Thank you very much. My name is Peter Patito. I work with the Legal Aid Project of the Uganda Law Society as the administrator. Now, I happened to attend the meeting last year in February when new members of parliament came to us, and one of our strongest recommendations was the issue of transport for the remand home. I can gladly say that I am happy the remand home has transport. Secondly, challenges in court. Members of parliament, you are aware about the lack of the Witness Protection Act. Secondly, the legal aid, national legal aid scheme, which is not yet in place. This is still within your court. So please, as you work, as you're in parliament, think about that, because at the end of it all, you would see the benefits that legal aid would provide in curbing some of these challenges that are existing. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I am by name Speaker Wonkot. I'm the officer in charge of Arua Women Prison. Basically, Arua Women Prison is now 3 years old because it was autonomous from Arua Main. And it has 85 female prisoners, 1 daughter, and 4 babies at the moment. But initially, this prison was supposed to actually have only 24 female prisoners. And really, I would really request, because I'm not going to talk now details, that as you people are there in the parliament, try as much as possible to make the government at least put another structure for this station, because it's just one long building divided into 12 rooms, and each room is supposed to be only 9, there are 10. Sorry. It's only this time that you have come, that you have got babies, they are only 4. Usually they are 10, 15. And imagine that small room where 8, 9, 10 mothers with babies are in. It's really an alarming situation. To go about court issue, I would request at least the judiciary to help and try to look into problems of these women who have petty cases. It has now become a routine to find children from the villages are flocking in the prison because she knows the mother is there. She's suffering at home. Several have about 3 8-year girls. One came in prison at night, an year 8 girl at night. When I came for my round at midnight, that's when I got the girl seated outside because she actually moved from between the bars of the gate and she was seated just at the veranda because the watch ladies, the waitresses who were on night were on the other side. When I tried to find out, they said, my mother is here. I'm suffering at home. I have nowhere to sleep. My sister was to keep me. Is torturing me here and there. So I want to die when my mother is seeing. So it's actually a painful comment from a child of 8 years. And they have made it a routine now. I really request let something be done.
I'm sorry, just forgive me. Members, on logistical issues, we are not giving accommodation to participants. I'm very mindful people are going as far as Adjumani. I don't want people to get stuck here. We have to end this meeting. Please, 1 second, not a minute.
Thank you very much, Madam. Members from Parliament, all the people who have gathered here. My name is Agondo Mike, once again. Mine is a very simple issue. First of all, I'm representing elders, whereby the statement is here by CSO. I'm sorry for that, I didn't understand him much. But otherwise, what you see here has moved from police to elders. That is absolutely wrong. Maybe in other areas, but not my areas of jurisdictions. Yeah. Secondly, I'm very happy that a member of parliament this morning, we were waiting for here. Happy that by the time that when we were waiting for you here, we were told that you first of all visited prisoners down in the prisons. Indeed, the government is doing very well. You were down there, you have seen how smart the prisoners are. Well, you have seen even their uniforms. We need to thank government for that. And the prison administrators, I have not seen the prison officer. They are performing very well, doing a lot of work, carpentry, everything is there. So there we need to thank them. Then, with the judiciary, especially land, we elders, we also have our roles to play. The elders are doing a lot on the ground. But only that, very few officials are turning up to thank them. Not all of officials, only limited. I don't know. The elders are complaining. You need to thank them for what they are doing, although they are not being paid for. But still, we need to thank them. The issue of witchcrafts in this region has been one of serious matters, whereby people have been killing themselves, especially Madam Mayor, I thank you very much. Indeed, these 2 houses were set on fire. As a result, more than 300 witchcrafts were, if I'm not mistaken, were placed in Oli. And now today, if you go there, I think most of them have gone back to their respective places because the communities came forward saying that they no longer want them there. Otherwise, finally, I thank the Human Rights Commission, right from headquarters to the district here. This office in Arua here, in most cases, elders working hand to hand with the communities, right from village level and parish level. I've been following with my elders council. And then with the police, the elders are seeing that the most people who are working within police department are not promoted, especially CLO. I saw him here. Where is him? This is somebody who is working day and night in solving land matters, conflict resolution, sensitization. The promoted is here. We elders, we don't have that powers. Maybe RPC and the RDC, please take note of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Protocol observed. I want to thank this meeting. In the interest of time, I'm going straight to my point. I noted with concern the rise in mob justice in the region, which is a challenge. We all need to examine our methods of work. Because when people lose hope or trust in the justice system, that is what they resort to. I worked as a local administrator for a long time, almost 6 years, and I know. So you need to, particularly the police, yes, local governments. So I request the police particularly and the justice system, you try to examine how there are certain petty cases that really, a colleague talked about having high affinity to arrest. It's happening. Sometimes I feel it is the police feeding the prison cells with petty cases that could be handled. You need to take cognizance of issues of politics on the ground and conflict in the neighborhood. They can frame statements, frame people just because they want to punish. Then I need also to ask the police to answer from here. Court bail vis-a-vis police bond, which one is supposed to be paid? Are all of them supposed to be paid? If no, people are being punished. They arrest you, then if you refuse to give them money, they take you to court for petty things. Over petty things, and they are paying a lot of money at the police. And then also, there are cases where plea bargains. Someone enters into a plea, then later they complain of harsh judgment again after someone has gone through this. Why all that? And then maybe lastly, issues of land cases. I want to just supplement what the RDC has talked about. Our boundaries has been drawn by the colonialists and has never been extended. It has never been adjusted. Someone can tell me which one has been adjusted. I'm telling this in case of Noya. I'm requesting people from this region to tread carefully. Because then you're looking. I don't think we have any problem with the people of West Nile. I want to say, as an MP of the area, I'm standing defending the rights of people over surface use. You're making the people who are the Alu living that side not to process their titles in Noya because you are saying that part is in Nebi. You are the ones making them, denying their rights. I've ever defended them, told them, please, this is your land. Process is in Noya. But you leaders, you are telling them this part is in Nebi. Before you know it, the people of Noya will take all the land. Whom will you blame? Whom will you blame? Tell me, since when has the boundary been adjusted? So tread carefully. That's what I want to tell you. Because a person like me, you put me at a very awkward situation. How do I defend people who want to take away our land to be part of the other side? How? Right now, I'm in court defending their user rights, telling them, please process your title in Noya. You're saying that land is in West Nile. Now, who is confusing who? So I think that is briefly what I need to tell you. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to thank you. Thank you so much. David Abdallah is my name. What I want members to know, rights are God-given. Nobody in Uganda gives a right to anybody. No one. I want to begin from there. No one has the right to give rights to people. It is God who gives. Now, when we are given the opportunity to serve people, sometimes we turn to be problems. I want to give a few examples specifically. Discriminative treatment of suspects is not good. I saw it yesterday, did I say, in Ajuman. It was there. These are facts. We were there, we met them. Can you imagine a suspect, a person suspected to have caused a problem with Uganda on the 15th of this month? Who are in cells, statement have not been taken. They are there for 4 days. This kind of treatment is not good. In a country like Uganda, I don't encourage. This is not good. This is not good. I want to repeat, not good. It is not good. Especially my friends to the police. Sometimes I ask myself, do police go to church? Do they pray? Are they baptized? Do they go to the mosque? I ask myself, because the way they treat people, they treat people like animals. Very hostile. I don't know why. You know, for me, I don't use simple words, by the way. My name is Abala. Abala means I say in English. When I bring back to that so it said alimun, meaning I must say. So I'm saying. So can you imagine that situation of that man, that the big man is saying that he committed suicide? I want you members to know this man had a problem in the business. I'm sorry, members, bear with me. I want this to go to record and people must get to know. They disagreed in the market. They were beaten, was beaten. They came when it was tied, and then the police officer, according to the police officer, he put him inside in the police cells, not outside cells, police cells. Died. That's where the man died. They say the man died inside the police cells. And if you saw the pictures, the man was kneeling. Have you ever seen a person kneeling, committing suicide? Kneeling, kneeling. It is not good. The pictures are there. We're told from other friends, let me tell you, we're told the postmortem was available. When we insisted, that's when they turned around. Now, the story which is here, no postmortem. That's what I'm saying. Do these people go to church? Number 2, mosque. Because they are talking the truth there in the church and the mosque. That's why I begin questioning some of this. That's why I've asked myself, some of the police officers, not all of them by the way, some of them, are they the right people to be in the police, or the right one are yet to come? I don't know. I'm sorry for making those analysis. Then secondly, the registration of the refugees. When you check the airport Pagrinya, the reports there, they are talking about 177 some of them. But they are saying there are many who are not registered. I want to ask you friends, you go to Kenya. Will you go to Kenya without a document? Just Kenya here. Why are you selling our country? Why are you selling? When the deputy mayor talked, when she's annoyed, she's concerned that you're selling Uganda. You go to Sudan, for example. You'll be the way you'll be handled in Sudan. But you go here. What is happening now? It is shocking. The Ugandans are now housing the refugees. They are lived out the camps, and are now in people's homes, telling me what will happen. The worst thing, the report is here, that they normally have, some of them have illegal guns. Illegal guns. Next day, what is going to happen? Trouble. I'm concerned. My view, friends, according to this, my view is all refugees must be in camps. all of them without discussion. They must be in the council registered. But that's the one thing that is, I know, my friend here is coming here and to grab this thing here. But I want members to know that let us not segregate. You know, it is not good. Let us not segregate. God gave us this thing here. Then Michael Anakosan, 40% of the patients in the heart clinic here in Arua are Congolese. They don't pay tax in Uganda. The Ugandans who are supposed to benefit from this are not benefiting. Who's the problem? Is the court? It is the leadership here. The leadership here. But they are people who are in charge. Don't talk about court now. Don't talk about the money. Not the money. You, the leaders. You. You are the ones. I am telling you, I've not been a lecturer for the past 17 years before I went to Parliament. Finally, I want to say, for us, one important thing is that deal with the boundaries. Because I saw probably yesterday, our members were clashing somewhere. I don't like that kind of thing. In Uganda, let's love our country. That's what is important. Let's do something good for the country. Like, for example, our sister here. She's doing all of you are appreciating her. I wish there were many. I wish there were many. But for example, for you to treat the people in the wrong way, like the other side. Finally, listen to you. Finalizing. We got a report that in the prisons here, the prisoners are being beaten. That must stop. If you're the one being beaten, will you be happy?
Thank you, members, for this interaction. The most important issue that I wanted to bring to your attention is that we are here for human rights issues. And there is a difference between the law and human rights. For us, we say, whether somebody is lawful or unlawful, you must make sure the right of the person is taken care of. And that's the most important thing that I want to bring to your attention. Then secondly, because the RPC said they are getting meals 2 in 1. When we were there, they told us the value of the meal that is given to a person in detention, whether at the police station or in the prison, is 750 Uganda shilling. How can you tell me that it is 2 in 1 meal? That I'm getting lunch of 750 and you're calling it 2 in 1 because it's going to be for my lunch and it's going to be for my supper. I don't know, it might even be for my breakfast. So it becomes 3 in 1 meal. I think we need to take care of human being, because when you think this person in detention, anytime you are also a candidate. There was a time in Gulu where there was a budget brought in place for renovation of the prison, and he said no, prison is not a good place, why should it be renovated? But he ended up in prison. Then the issue about corruption, please, members, let's not play around with this one. If the report of Human Rights Commission says police is leading in corruption, and for you come here and say because we interact more with people, you are justifying your interaction with people so that we say, okay, it is okay for you to be corrupt because you were now interacting more. I have a problem with police, the judiciary, on issue of corruption. Personally, I suffered the same thing when I was not yet even elected. The prosecutors, the judges, the police, please let us spare our country. You have a duty, since you interact more with people. That means if you stop corruption, then corruption will be no more in the country. Thank you.
There are some things we are taking. appreciate the police of Uganda, because it's because of their effort that today we are seated here peacefully and conducting this meeting. It's because of the police. You see, there's this, you see, I've heard of, yesterday we were in the camp. We heard about, we went even interacted with refugees. These refugees from Sudan are coming with the guns. Who are providing us the security? It's not the police, it's the police. So we should also appreciate the work done by security agents. I also want to thank this committee. And Madam Chair, thank you very much, and Honorable Member of Parliament. Today, actually, that program of going to prison was not there. But I looked at it. I said, no. I'm a woman member of Parliament for this district. We as member of Parliament, we cannot just come here and sit and have meetings and go back. No. Let's take a walk to our prison. So immediately when I brought that before, all of them accepted. And thanks be given to them. Because if they had not agreed, we would not have known what's taking place there. So I want to thank all of you members of Parliament for accepting my request. And now, we talked of prisoners being overworked, and then how many hours do they work in a day. Every day when I wake up, as long as I'm here in Arua, I always find them crossing that gate of mine. From morning at 7 a.m. and then the evening at 6 p.m. when they are leaving. This one nobody has told me. I don't know what they go and do there. Yes, and find their prisoners. But all of us, we have also committed crimes. All that you have not been caught like I have not been caught like them. So please, may we take it slow. Imagine if it is your mom. Imagine if it is your dad who is in that situation. How would you feel? How would you feel? Those are our people. We should learn how to respect them too as well. We should stop overworking them and beating them. Today I interacted with a few. They told me so. That is the reason as to why I did not even inform. I told the committee that let's just go there. Because in Aduma yesterday we were deceived. They organized a very good memorandum. Everything was, I don't know. So please, I'm requesting that the prison officers are here. Please, if they say 6 hours, let it be 6 hours. If they say 10 hours, let it be 10 hours. We should not go more than that. And then the issue of district boundaries. You can see I was a victim of that. I was assaulted. You can imagine prisoners complaining their cases are being delayed. They have not had any, nobody has come, like these complainants have not come to them. What indeed is very true. Now you see, imagine a whole woman MP being assaulted. I have conducted the RPC of Yumbe. The OP, is it the OC? Until today, I even don't know where my file is. I think it has disappeared. It has disappeared too. So please, mine is, before I leave, the RPC of the region, West Nile North, may I know where my file is, because I'm tired of following you people. I'm very tired of following, and I need to know where my file is. And then lastly, please, there is a person down there. I interacted with him. He's saying he's infected. He has HIV/AIDS, but they're not giving me his drugs. And one has TB. They're not being given drugs. I don't know how true that is. I don't want to accuse anybody. But if you're told that is going on, please, may we hold these people. Because they're also humans like us. We should not look at them because they are prisoners. Their rights should be violated. No. Thank you very much. I will not say much because other members have.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Madam Chair, I have two things to inquire to get clarity whether it is the role of Parliament or maybe some other stakeholders so that we go knowing. For example, the issue of feeding the suspects in the police, the cost being of a meal at 750 shillings.
Do they get more than that money, or it needs a review by Parliament? That's why I wanted the clarity. Then another issue I need the clarity are some suspects who are in prisons under the instructions of the minister, who are there for 5-10 years. Can judiciary release them, or it needs still Parliament to go and make some review? That's why I just need the clarity so that I go when I'm aware of my mandate. Lastly, Madam Chairperson, we have got complaints from the stakeholders that whenever the committees come, we don't bite and we don't do some responses, and that we don't. So I think this committee should be a bit unique, so that whatever resolutions they have given it us, we go and work on them. Even if it meant to give some supplementary budget here and here, to cut here and here, we assist Western region. Thank you.
I observe the protocol. I'm Oduch Fred, a member of Parliament representing Kutebo. I think I will not talk much. I'm a man of few words. I'm really grateful and delighted. A German police station. And when we, some of them have been in the for the last 4 days, which was over 48 hours. And when we asked them some questions, they told us that the court sits twice a week. The court in Ajuman sits twice a week. That's why I said I'm happy that we have stakeholders in here. I want some clarification over that. I think that is an abuse of people's rights. Thank you.
RDC. Let me answer. RDC, if you permit me. I answer some of these issues that the honorable members have put forward. There is no court in this region that sits twice a week. Court is supposed to sit every day, 5 days a week. That is, these are people are supposed to work just like any other person. So issues of 2 days a week, I think, like for a Jumani court, I think the challenge we have been having there is the absence or on and off of the state attorney, which affects the performance of the court. I think His Worship will be adding more on that. On the issue of the 750 shillings, it's good you are here and you have heard. It will be nice when you go back and you make something, because that is the standard as of now. And looking at the current cost of living, it is practically hard that you can feed someone at 750 shillings. On the issue of cases pending minister's order, there are 2 cases in Arua prison, which I'm sure His Worship is aware of. The resident judge is supposed to handle those cases. They were given powers to handle those cases, and I'm sure they are going to be handled. They have overstayed, because the person there who has stayed for long has stayed there for 7 years. But the problem was these cases were supposed to be handled by the minister who issued the order. The pronouncement for the judiciary to take over came in last year, I think. Your colleagues, honorable members, we shall interact more on that. But maybe the most important thing that we need to know now is that there are some orders that a minister makes. And so in this particular case, and the challenge is that most of these cases, these people are mentally sick. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Member of Parliament, I want to be very frank with all the due respect that we have for all the stakeholders here, we are not going to stay here up to 5. We are going to end this meeting with all the due respect. The chairperson is going to say something as she closes, and the registrar is going to officially close. I want to be very specific. Next time we come early and we engage my people. Thank you so much. Those who are not satisfied with the responses, feel free to come to me. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The RDC, the deputy RDC, the registrar, I had observed all the protocols, so you can pardon me at this moment. And honorable members of parliament, the members of the committee, good afternoon once again. I want to thank you all for putting aside whatever you had to do today to come to this meeting. Some of you have, is my microphone on? Some of you have traveled from far and near, but we are all here. I want to apologize that we have not had sufficient time to discuss these issues. As the woman member of parliament has told you, our program was that we would do the field work in Adjumani, and then here we would gather the stakeholders for a meeting. But being here, we said although we were in Arua, in Arua prison and other holding places, assessing whether there has been any improvement since our visit. And so we said, let us start there. And we ended up coming here late and starting the meeting late. So we do apologize, but visiting Arua prison was also very crucial. At the start of the meeting, we were told, I think it was one of our members who said, we come, we discuss, then we go, we do not achieve anything. But I can assure you that these meetings and our interactions with you have achieved a lot. For example, we got a report here. One of our major concerns last time was transport for the remand home. Now the remand home has transport. Of course, we do know that some of the facilities are still lacking, but we go and advocate for these facilities. One of us also mentioned that this is smart. Some time ago when we came, you is in tattered uniform. By the way, they are supposed to have 2 pieces of uniform. Smart, even if they have one, it is good enough. And we want to tell when we are away now, we have got from Arua, and these are good for us to go by. I would like to thank the RDC for the update you have given us on the issue of marking borders. The fact that the president has given his direction and his guidance, and the borders will not change, because this has been of great concern. We would like to appreciate the magistrate Nebi for the good work that she's doing, especially in interacting with the people. Yes, give her a hand clap, although she's not here. Sensitizing the people, getting out of her chambers to go and make sure that people are, she's here, sorry, and that people are directed to the respective courts that they are supposed to attend. If we could all sensitize those who are supposed to utilize our services, I think the job would be, our people would be much happier. I'd like to make a comment on the police. we appreciate the presentation, but as members have said, we are not interested in finding fault. What we are interested in is in open discussions of these matters so that we can improve the services to the people of Uganda, so that we can facilitate the people of Uganda to enjoy their rights. And when we do this, the government will get a plus. So it is not necessary to hide anything. I mentioned earlier that when we visited the prisons, some people had been told they were shying away from saying anything, because if they say, once the members of parliament leave, then they will be punished. But it's not necessary. Yeah, or transferred. So to give us this rosy picture and defending some of these positions really is not necessary. Yes, we know, for example, that now people are sensitized about the anti-torture law, but we are still protecting them. Those who commit the crimes, those who torture Ugandans are still being protected, and so the law has not had much impact. So we would like that indeed, and by the way, by the time the few individuals who torture Ugandans are taken to book, then people have risen up against them. We would want you, the police, to see you taking the initiative to punish your people when they do wrong. Those whom we first see on camera and then we hear, yeah, now we have done ABCD. No. Let people get to know that the police is firmly handling the people who abuse the rights of Ugandans. I'd like to welcome the cultural leaders and to tell you that you have a big role. First, on the issues of land, because you are the ones who know the land tenure in the areas, and to know that people should be, the right to people's land should be protected. But also, issues of culture that still keep the woman of Uganda backward. The cultural leaders, you have a big role to play. The whole world has come to recognize that we cannot move far, we cannot attain the level of development we want, even as the whole world, as a globe, unless the woman to exercise their rights. Of course, we do still recognize that the man, we are all religious. We still recognize that the man will still be head of the family. But within that relationship, people should engage as partners and not having women as subservient. So if we can work together to change the negative cultural practices that still keep our women backward, then we shall lift the standards of our areas, the standards of this nation. So I want to urge you that you have a crucial role to play. Go and educate, especially the men, that they need. Of course, you educate the women that they should continue to give respect to their husband. Even when a woman is educated, even when a woman has so much money, she should still respect her husband. But let the husbands love their wives and give them freedom to do business, to engage in the world, and then that's when we will be better. They also earn more for the cultural institutions if they don't. The cultural leaders can also help us with the issue of mob justice. The morals we institute, imbibe in our people, can restrain them from engaging in mob justice. I would like to say to the lady in charge of the women prison that we have taken note of your issues, just as we have taken note of all these issues in the places we have visited, and we'll make sure that there is improvement. One person asked, where does the money that the prisoners in Adjumani earn, where does it go? Why does it not improve the infrastructure? Yesterday when we were in Adjumani, we were told Adjumani is a prison farm, and so the prisoners work within the prison farms. We asked, do you not hire them out to work for individuals? And the answer was no. So we would like to know that truth. You can even write to us, you can give us a call. Tell us if you have seen the prisoners in Germany working in private fields. We would like to know. And for those in charge of a German prison, we would not see any reason why you would want to hide the information. Also, what we know is that the individual prisoners, when they work on these farms, are given 500 shillings per day, which goes to their families and all that. We don't want to enter into that. First of all, the law says it's 500. The law says they should not work, but can work for the prison's farms. So if you are engaging them outside, we need. Yes, I think maybe it is the RDC who started it by saying that we should not castigate the police, and Honorable Nabida. No one is interested in castigating the police. But where wrong is committed, we are not going to pat you on the back saying, yes, you are the police, we love you, and it is okay for you to abuse the rights of Ugandans. No. We love you as the police of Uganda. You exist primarily to safeguard the life and property of Ugandans. We have been working with you, and indeed are happy that you have Human Rights Directorate and the Human Rights Desks in the police. But we would want these to be very effective. We worked with you and commended the community policing program that is supposed to help you establish a cordial relationship between you and the people. You said the police is coercive. The police need not be coercive. You can engage peacefully with Ugandans. We want you to establish a relationship where if you approach Kamateka and you are the policeman, I will stand and see what you want to say. And you put out your card and tell me, I am the police, I'm arresting you for ABCD, as happens in other countries. But today, if a Ugandan sees a policeman, they will run. They would rather come close to an army man, but not a policeman. You have told us it's because you engage with us more, but we would like to see you build a friendship with us, because indeed you engage with us more and you are one of us. And that's what we are here for, to see the police of Uganda establish a good working relationship with the people that they exist to protect. On the relationship, yes, we want to thank the police for the family unit protection, for the family protection unit. You know, you are doing a lot, and this leads me to this. Although we don't want to castigate the police, and we want to work with you to make sure that you get better services, we ask everything is okay. We have been through the Uganda Human Rights Commission reports and also through our visits to the police stations, being able to establish that you work under difficult conditions. And so we've been trying to work with the government to improve those conditions. But when we come like this and you say nothing about it, it becomes hard for us. That is why we want you to be open. Issues of accommodation in the police is crucial. Maybe pay aside, but accommodation first and foremost. Then the meals, of course. Someone asked about the meals. The 2-in-1. You know, we should treat others the way we want to be treated. Even the Bible says, with the same measure you use, it will be measured unto you. Supposing you were told you are supposed to have only one meal and it will be a 3-in-1. Would you love that? We all want to have breakfast, well, to have a cup of tea at 11, to have lunch, to have tea in the evening, to have supper. So the minimum we can do for these people is at least to give them breakfast, lunch, and supper. That's 3 meals. And I think the government is willing to do this. So let us work together to ensure that our people are fed even while they are in incarceration. We cannot respond to each and everything. We are hard pressed by time. the issue of ministerial orders, there was, I think it has been responded to. The minister, these people were supposed to be put away by the minister issuing an order, not the courts, because these are usually minors, isn't it? They are minors, they are people with a mental illness, also minors, juveniles. They are people with mental illness. And so rather than be taken to court, it was the minister supposed to issue this order. But it was also the same minister who was supposed to review the order and say now the person is okay, but be released. But some people have stayed in prison pending ministerial orders for even 20 years. So the other day, the judiciary moved itself and said, no, this cannot continue. So they have now withdrawn this responsibility from the minister. It is now going to be under the judiciary. And I am sure he will add on it, but there is hope that these cases will be heard and people will be released. Let me end by thanking you so much, by thanking the Ugandan Rights Commission regional office, this dynamic young lady who we know is loved within the region because of her hard work. Help me and give her a hand clap. We want to appreciate the civil society organizations that work with us to ensure that they help us open our eyes. They point out these issues. Then they can be picked by the government. And let me tell you, if you live without someone who is challenging you, you cannot live a quality life. So we need the civil society organizations, the human rights defenders, to help us highlight areas in which we are maybe laxed, so that we can work on them. Of course, we do appreciate the development partners that are helping us so much with the situation of refugees. The mayor, I wanted to mention, thank you for bringing out the issue of the refugees, but also say it is an obligation that when people have problems, you receive them. If they run to you in problems, you receive them and treat them nice. Because you don't know when you yourself will need help from your neighbors. But I know that as Uganda, we are overburdened with this situation, and your call to the office of the Prime Minister is right, that they should look into how to assist you to deal with this situation better. There are so many challenges with these refugees, but we'd like to urge you, to urge our Ugandan people to try and live at peace with these refugees. Yesterday we told the refugees, make sure that you live at peace with the Ugandans, because once they say we don't want you, once you antagonize them, life will be difficult for you. So equally, let us tell our people to be more accommodative, and within God's grace and provision, we will be better off in the near future. Thank you so much. We have hope, and we encourage you to... I think the question each one of us should ask is, what is it I can do better, even given the resources that I have at hand? What is it I can do better to ensure that the people of Uganda enjoy rights better? I thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Another big hand of the Parliamentary Committee. Since she was appointed, she has done quite a lot to work on the recommendations, and has always been there, called on at any time by the Commission, and she has never disappointed us. At this juncture, allow me to invite the Registrar, Arua High Court, to officially close the meeting.
Thank you, Juliet, and thank you, Chair. The sugar levels are high. Or they are low. Or both. Chairperson human rights, members of parliament, your worships, invited stakeholders here present. Might just be simple, but before I perform that task, I wish to note the following. That the coming of this committee to this region was not something fruitless. Need your efforts in monitoring human rights situation and meeting up the stakeholders. I'm sure has enabled you to appreciate the ordinary Ugandans' way of appreciating their access to justice, their feel, and trust the different parts of the region, formal and informal justice system. You have been able to understand the gaps this country and this region in particular that needs to be bridged, and the obstacles that need to be reduced to ensure access to justice. The importance of justice cannot be underestimated. If access to justice does not exist, then rule of law is just a mere myth. I now want to put myself in the shoes of the Chief Justice of this country. Since I'm before honorable members of parliament, I want honorable members of parliament, Administration of Justice Bill Administration of Justice Bill, please the word one word, otherwise is enough. Help this country. It's not yet. When it comes, please handle it, unless it is in advanced stages of reaching you, according to the information I got last time when we were at Kampala with the CJ. He said the cabinet has nodded. Honourable members of parliament, you have convened gatherings, and most in a courts and generally as justice law and other institutions are all about our voters being informed. We are crying of high prison numbers, we are accessing court, delays of cases in court. The judiciary has come up with good programs, but this is not known to most of our voters. Alternative dispute resolution, actual mediation, small claims. These are good avenues of solving disputes, but our people are not aware. Whenever you have a gathering, if you are not equipped with the information about this dispute resolution mechanism, the lawyer around you would give that lawyer 1 minute, and the message will be laid to the gathering. Our judicial officers are available to spread the gospel. The last item has been gazetted at each and every sub-county to be manned by Magistrate Grade 1. Unfortunately, the budget allocation has not taken care of that. The indicative figure for the next financial year have not taken care of this new development. We are crying of access to justice. Today we have a magistrate at Arua, Manning, Koboko Yumbe, Maracha, and Arua. This area is very vast. We have traveled through. Now that has been split into 3: Yumbe, Chief Magistrate Court, Koboko, Chief Magistrate Court. People would easily access justice. We have given ourselves targets as the judiciary. Each judicial officer has targets. But this cannot be achieved without corresponding support from the government. In this Sanjo of Hakuna Mchezo, we can't manage. Please support us as you allocate the resources. We know we are talking to people who allocate the resources. We thank honorable members of parliament for coming here to share with us, the stakeholders in human rights, your findings in the region about human rights. Such this enables us to know where we should put more energy, retain the good practices and discard the unwanted practices in terms of human rights, access to justice. So, time. As you have seen, Western will always welcome you. If we welcome people from Congo, so now to you when I remember good ideas, you are welcome always. Also, I wish to thank each and every. I wish to thank the Office of the Regional Human Rights Commission, Arua, for coordinating. Thank you. With those few remarks, it's my single honor and privilege to close this meeting. This meeting is closed. For God and my country.
Thank you. May we all stand up. One stanza of the national anthem and one for the East African anthem. Then we Thank you so much. We go out for lunch, but I'm requesting that we take a group photo with the honorable members as we get our lunch. Let us first take a group photo, members. And then logistical issues. Some two people at the table behind there will be handling our logistical issues. But I request you don't send in our drivers. Thank you.